friends. Welcome to our Destiny world. DRBMiller here. How's everyone doing today? Are you enjoying your morning? Are you having some bright sunshine out there? Is it warm? I can tell you we had some very summery days here in my local area in the last few days, and in fact today it is not as bright and it's not as warm. We're expecting some rain, but it's still quite warm and fairly humid, so I'm not sure what sort of weather I'll have later in the afternoon when I go out for my usual strolls, but perhaps it is not going to be as rosy as yesterday. Very hot few days, I have to say. I was in London I think during last week several times, and I really baked in that heat. I have to admit, I went to the new development which we have near our King's Cross and St Pancras international stations, and I have to say it was absolutely jaw-dropping. I went to a forum which was held at Google headquarters, in fact a networking meeting, and then I just strolled around, had a look, and you know, if you are in London, if you are obviously residing locally, or if you are coming to London as a tourist, you must go and have a look, because this whole area looks like Manhattan in NYC. It is absolutely extraordinary, completely new, and it's the combination of the old and the new. And when you walk through the area, you just simply cannot recognize it anymore, because previously we've had some gasworks in there, some parks and railways. There was nothing much. It was just simply neglected and left since the war. That's the Second World War for some of our younger viewers. And we have just a completely new city emerging in there. And we have Old Coal Drops area. What is it called? Old Coal Drop, which basically is the redeveloped area around the canal. The canal, which is very central in London. You can literally go from east to west if you walked down that canal. And all the tunnels and all the bridges in there have been fully restored, and they look really astonishing. In addition to that, the former gasworks, which were supplying the gas to all the local areas, have been turned into luxury flats. And I have to say, it is a monumental piece of architecture, because when you look at it on the outside, it looks like the old gasworks, the circular metal kind of steel construction, the big one, and then on the inside there are these luxury flats, and apparently they start from about £1.5 million upwards. So all the restaurants, probably about 150 restaurants, and various other shops in the local area. The new St Martin's School of Art is in there as well, and it's been relocated from the central London, and it's just literally absolutely astonishing. So for anyone who wants to explore that brand new part of London, somebody wants to have a nice and enjoyable evening or afternoon out, well, that's the destination you should choose. And I have to say, I was also staggered by the European headquarters of Google. They really are monumental. Honestly, when you come in there, you realize the power of that company on the global scale. It is just simply gobsmacking. You come in there and you realize in this one building there's the entire city in itself. You have creches and nurseries, as well as swimming pools and gyms, and a major big restaurant for everyone who works obviously in the building to use. They do not have any need to go out at all. Everything is within the building. It's like a city in itself, and obviously everyone who is employed at those offices works there very long hours, and obviously is delivering the highest possible quality service imaginable. In fact, I talked to some of their management in there, and they said in a few years they'll be moving to another building, which is going to be situated almost next door, and that's on the other side of the station. That is the King's Cross station, and basically they are presently leasing the whole building that I believe belongs to one of the global investment banks. And the one which is currently built is going to be their own. They're basically going to be the owners of the entire project. And I looked at the model of that building, and it's probably one of the most impressive, one of the most remarkable pieces of modern architecture we have in London. It's very similar to what I've seen in Singapore and in the Far East, with the buzzing new cities of the East, where you have these massive big buildings, and then there's like a small town on the roof, and the buildings are also interconnected with bridges and all sorts. So really it is that sort of design, and it is massive. And they told me that around 8,000 people will be working in that building. So really absolutely massive, and I think also they will be importing some of the offices from Europe, which are currently held in there. So it's going to be like a proper European HQ for the company. And for anyone who is involved in the industry, and for people who are basically liaising or doing some work for the company, that is going to be the place where you are going to be meeting for in-house conferences and various other networkings and gatherings. So be prepared. Very easy to find. You just get to King's Cross, you stroll from there, you'll be there in no time, 5 minutes away, well, 2 minutes away from the main entrance. And indeed, its palatial surroundings are second to none. You will be astonished in the same way as I was. In fact, yesterday I was still in awe of everything I've seen. That development in there is probably one of the most remarkable pieces that we would have had since the Second World War. We did have a major Canary Wharf development, which I guess equates this one as well. But on the other hand, it's been done at a different era, and when you come there today, you just really, honestly, it is basically for anyone familiar with London, from your Pentonville Road and the main kind of King's Cross area to Camden, and it's basically going to be connecting those two areas in a very, very different fashion, because previously everyone would just go from Tottenham Court Road upwards. You go to Charing Cross Road, Tottenham Court Road, you go all the way up towards Mornington Crescent and Camden, and today you've got this alternative route going in from, well, somewhat easterly point, which is King's Cross and St Pancras, and then you just head straight and you get there in no time. And the development on the canal is very impressive. Honestly, it is really quite something to be seen. You have those areas where people can be resting during their lunch break, and you have some fountains. That's all outside of the St Martin's School of Art. And then you have your a lovely stroll, which is like a proper alley, taking you directly to the old coal works, which they are obviously full of shops and restaurants, and some of the restaurants are really, really impressive, top prestigious locations and interiors, and indeed for anyone to enjoy if you are to be having a memorable once-in-a-lifetime experience. I did go to a few of them, talk to the management, and in fact what I've seen is on the level of Savoy, and Savoy is one of the best, most well-known hotels in London, in the very, very centre on the Strand. So definitely worth having a look. And if you are doing any business in the area, or if you are involved with the IT or .com or anything internet based, well, that is going to be your next destination. It's not near to the Twitch headquarters, I have to say, and well, it can't even compare, because Twitch are holding just like one floor in that building, which is on the New Oxford Street, but this is the entire block, which is massive, and you should see the interior. It's actually absolutely incredible. It's the masterpiece of that sort of modern architecture of today. And I've been to quite a few of those places, but I have to say, every single time when I go to a new one, I get thoroughly impressed. And what is, I guess, particularly interesting is that the space, be it the office space or your crash, everything is as it should be. There isn't a single inch of that space wasted. And you have these fantastic new lifts taking up to the top. You have some incredible locations where you can just simply chill and rest when you want to have a short break. And everything is geared towards that hard work 24/7. And as you know, the company and all the other companies that are affiliated are very much monitoring literally everything that's happening around the world on the internet. And there's a huge responsibility that they have. I guess yesterday I talked and I compared them to maybe some of the oil companies from the beginning of the last century, because when we required oil for the industry, particularly for cars and all the other vehicles, then the boom of that industry was phenomenal. It was just like, beyond any comparison with anything else previously seen in human history. And I think Google is on that level. They are actually at that level where they control everything we use in order to communicate and to run our commerce, basically, because without Google nothing would work on the internet, and that is simply astonishing. Anyway, so that was really a bit of a travelogue from last week. I talked about it at length yesterday, also about my network and everything else. And as far as the news are concerned, I didn't have actually many news coming in the last couple of days. I have seen that some of my online entrepreneur colleagues were running their broadcast this weekend, celebrating 4, 5, 3, 2 years of their live streams. One of my Swedish colleagues Lilithy. She was yesterday celebrating, it was her both birthday and the anniversary stream of 4 years, which is a, you know, tremendous accomplishment. Twitch has been run already for a number of years, and you have some people who obviously jumped in right at the beginning, and we've seen this exponential rise since 2015. I think she did start in 2015, in fact, when Twitch was taking off in big fashion, and she's a professional PUBG and Apex competitive player and gamer, and has a, you know, very vibrant competitive community attached to her channel. So if you have a chance, definitely pop in and have a look. Anyone who's interested in FPS and tacticals, have a look at Lilithy. She's very good. She is very tough, and does have incredible scores. Is always after the result, the speed and everything else that comes with competition. So definitely very much worth a look, and I most highly recommend that channel to you. So if you're interested, you can just have a look at my friends here and people that I follow, and you'll find the channel right at the top, Lilithy, that is. And or Lily, you can call her Lily. And on the other hand, I had a very, very good broadcast yesterday, and at the end I wanted to really just finish off my session with a quick weekly story mission. And as it goes, the weekly story mission was everything but easy. It was the one when I had to be destroying these oracles, and all of them had to be done in good time, and the entire mission, or you know, the activity was very heavily modified, and I really struggled because every single time I came to the 4th or the 5th oracle, something happened and I was eliminated. So I think altogether I must have had probably 36-40 attempts, and then at the end I did have the best combo for destroying these oracles. And in fact, if anyone is to be doing it, just remember, in order to destroy them, you have to be using the heaviest weapon you have on them. So you can use your machine gun or your rocket launcher, and they need to re-destroy the oracle immediately. The reason for that is if you're doing it by yourself, there are many enemies attacking you. They're very, very strong, and you need to be just constantly moving, and as soon as you destroy an oracle, you need to leg it to another. And it did take me a bit of time to really realize that, but you know, my strategy wasn't too bad. The only trouble was that I wasn't using the heaviest weapon, and I really was going to be using Kvostov rifle, the automatic rifle that I infused a little while back, and it's my exotic. And Kvostov rifle is quite good actually, but it didn't seem to be firing off the action as fast as necessary, and it wouldn't destroy the oracle within, you know, a couple of seconds. Whilst with the machine gun, I didn't actually use a rocket launcher. I could have done. The rocket launcher is a bit cumbersome when you walk and run, but with a very good exotic heavy machine gun, I think 3 rounds will do the oracle. And therefore, if you apply that instantly, and when you are fighting the ants, you really have got to be just not reloading, but you need to be simply changing the weapon from primary to secondary as soon as possible. And I use both Kvostov and also my rifle, not my rifle, my sword, in order to get them sorted. So eventually it worked. Donzak was there with me as well. He watched, because I was to end my broadcast at I think it was roughly at 3 o'clock PM, and then it carried on still for about half hour, so longer, which I really didn't appreciate. I've got to really cut some of these activities short, I'm afraid, because presently I'm operating on a very, very tight schedule. And in fact, I do believe that broadcasts and all kind of gaming activity is best delivered if you're working on such schedule, because otherwise it's a bit like looking at the world of financial markets. They always operate, you know, they're always breathing, and you can be literally looking at it 24/7. Deployman's here. Hello, Deployman. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for watching my broadcast, which is still just about to begin. Well, actually I began, but still no gameplay. As you know, I have always quite a bit of time initially spent on my community, information, news, and you know, all the other niceties that are channel related, or indeed my activities related. So just briefly describing what I've been doing yesterday. And Deployman says, I'm very good, just making some dinner right now. I guess you're in Australia, right? So really we are talking, what is it, about 10 o'clock at night out there, between 10 and 11. So that's pretty good, and a very, very big time zone difference, which sometimes we are kind of easy to forget. What's beautiful about Twitch and this channel in particular is we get people from all over the world, and I get people from various time zones globally. Frequently we'll get people from New Zealand and Australia, together with somebody from the US, some people from the Baltic Republics, from from Finland, Sweden, Norway, from Scandinavian countries, sometimes from Germany, sometimes from Spain and Italy. So, we get quite a variety of people coming in from everywhere. But I have to say the vast majority of our participants here are from Australia, from New Zealand, and from the US. I have some people who are based in the UK, but the actual numbers are staggeringly different. I think it's probably to do with the fact that people just picked up on Twitch much faster elsewhere, and it's run in a fashion which is entrepreneurial, so many more participants overall. And I did see that when I went to the offshoot of the recent TwitchCon Europe, where the team of developers talked about the latest inventions and all products that are to be introduced to the viewers and broadcasters within the next few months. And you really had a feeling that certain sections of the world really took off in a big way Twitch-wise, and still we were waiting for the other parts of the world to be taking off. And I think it may be to do with the commerce as well, the way the games are sold and distributed, because in the countries where they pirate games quite a lot, they're not likely to be resorting to the conventional forums for that reason alone, and therefore the access to some of those forums is perhaps not in such great numbers compared to, let's say, the US, UK, and some of the other countries where indeed it is accustomed to be purchasing the new game and pre-ordering it. So we'll have to see how everything develops. But so Deployment says, no, it's only 5 o'clock PM dinner, but I haven't eaten all day because I was asleep. I see. 5 o'clock PM. So let me think. I see. So it must be... What, is it Sunday or is it Saturday? It must be Sunday already, right? I can't work out whether you're ahead. Actually, you are ahead. That's right. Yeah, I know now. I remember, because every time when I watch the New Year celebrations, you always come in early. Yeah, almost 6. Yeah, 5 to 6, 5 to 11 in here. I got it. Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, my wiring is still not properly connected, So my batteries are a bit low. Still quite early in the day. And I have to say I've had a week where I felt really tired and find it very difficult to wake up very early. And I really don't like that at all. I much prefer waking up as early as possible, but around 7, 8 o'clock, and therefore having the whole day ahead of me, rather than around 9. I think if you are, well, it depends on your area of activity as well, because obviously you can catch up with these hours late in the day if you're doing everything online, but somehow in terms of the actual routine and the way everything works in a wider community, I think it fits in better. I did spend some time in the past doing a lot of night work, and I have to say I kind of quite like it, and it's sort of tailored to my personality quite a bit. But overall, if I'm to be looking at my productivity and also everything else I can do out there in addition to my online work, then starting early is always a very a better option. And Deployment is going to have some dinner. That's wonderful. I just had my breakfast. My dinner is going to be arriving at around 4 o'clock today PM, because I usually eat between 4:30 and 5. But as it is Sunday today and tomorrow we have another bank holiday, Monday, all of those places in my local area are closing early, and therefore I have to be there early, which means this broadcast will also end somewhat earlier than usual. So I was considering whether to bring my broadcast forward to 9 o'clock, but then at the same time it seemed a bit too early. But we'll have to see. Oh, Deployment says, I recently bought No Man's Sky again for my PC. I once had it on PS4, but I missed playing it, Well, there's been quite a lot of talk on social networking, about No Man's Sky. I think they were doing some novelties, and I think there must be something on the PC version which is different to the original. I'm not exactly sure what the details are, but there's been a lot of chat on No Man's Sky. on various forums that I follow, and I just wanted to ask you, do you find it also as good, and are you also loving the game? Because it is a very, very popular game, although a bit of a niche. I think there's like a cult following of the game more than, you know, anything compared to Fallout, Destiny and all the other blockbusters. And we've had people popping in here and discussing it as well a few months ago, people who are really kind of into the sci-fi open world type of gaming, and indeed that's been very much of interest to me. But just like I said, I had a request today from one of our community members asking whether I want to join the raid team and whether we can do some raids within the next couple of days and so on. I just said, well, the trouble is I'm very, very restricted by my timing at the moment, and I'm not really doing the raids. Presently, this is going to happen at a later stage where doing the raids will be the main activity, and once I completed all my characters and did everything else, because then we'll focus on doing the raids and doing the strikes and doing the nightfall, you know, the weekly kind of tasks where everything else is completed. And I think also I'll have the Destiny 2 streams in addition, so we'll combine very interesting, or the best activity in Destiny 1 with Destiny 2 as well. And a lot of people were coming in and asking, when are you going to be doing Destiny 2 again? Well, you know, once we get enough time and once we complete all 3 characters in here, that's the straightforward answer. And also I have to purchase the annual seasons. I've been waiting for Destiny 2 Forsaken Deluxe Digital to drop in price, but they're keeping, you know, the highest possible price because of the seasons as well. And once the time comes, obviously I'll purchase it, and you know, we'll do it as usual. It's just that Destiny 1 streams have been a lot busier community wise compared to Destiny 2, and the reason is very simple. Destiny 2 is still constantly evolving. You have new content, and a lot of people are not just watching the content, but actually doing their own game. And that's the major difference, and it's not been attracting as many people compared to the original. So I get very many people coming in every day, and the reason for that is it's been explained to me by the community members that this is the only channel that actually streams Destiny every day on Twitch at present. And loads of veterans, the people who are you know, great fans of the game and have been so for about 5+ years, always come in and pop in, have a look and say hello, which is truly wonderful. So we built a very, very vibrant, very dedicated community, and I have to say I do not have anyone amongst the followers or subscribers who is just simply sitting there. You know, we have people who are always popping in, saying hello, particularly if they are doing the gaming on a particular day, and they're also connecting with everyone else. So really the community spirit is very, very great, and that's truly astonishing. We have a mixture, you know, we have some newbies, we have some junior players, we have some mature gamers, we have a lot of Destiny 1 and 2 veterans, and we have also some guys who are playing competitive gaming and tournaments and esports. So, you know, and everyone knows that this is a family-friendly channel. This is all, you know, all the work here is based on the community effort, our communication and connectivity. We do not chase scores, we do not talk competitively, we do not judge people, and, you know, lots of people who are the competitive gamers here in our forum are indeed tailored to that as well. So we had absolutely no issues or problems. Sometimes in heat of battle you can really get the competitive streak flaring up a bit, but you know, that's not a big deal. And I think everybody who's watching the channel can learn a lot from some of our community members who are indeed involved in esports. And we had Zach recently, and he was providing everyone with some fantastic tips on shortcuts and some glitches and some ideas on how to be basically speed racing some of the raids and strikes. And I think everyone could have learned from that if they were obviously interested in doing it in such fashion. Personally, I'm not. I like the longer grind and doing it in my own time. But, you know, if you are doing it competitively, then obviously that's the way forward. And we had, you know, other people coming in also with their advice and tips. Matthias was here many, many times telling us what the best weapon is for what action, and obviously providing me with lots of great advice in terms of what I could do and apply in certain activities here in Destiny 1. And you know, so I learned everything from my community members, and I'm very, very grateful to everyone for that. Deployman says, well, I pre-ordered when it came out, and honestly I have loved the game from day one despite the very negative reviews. Sure, they had a lot of those, and it had a lot of problems, and it wasn't the game they showed on the trailer, but I still loved the game. Well, you know, the I talk a lot here and also talked elsewhere about the way the medias are today, and It's very, very complex and significantly different to even what we experienced 5 or 10 years ago. The mindset of a modern person, of a younger person, has been really tailored to that sort of immediate response. And whatever happens out there needs to be reflected in the virtual space with immediate news and comments and interactions. So, the companies that are doing the best are those who are employing very large team of specialists who are basically picking up on those activities and news and then throwing them in immediately, providing their own, reflections and roping in everyone else in further discussions and negotiations. So really, the trouble that occurs frequently is where a hype is being built through something which appears to be unrealistic, and we've seen that with Anthem recently. And then, due to the pressure coming from the investors, that sort of game is released early, and the game is not fully finished and polished, and you will get sometimes a major discrepancy between the trailers and what's in the content. It is said a million times that beta does not represent the real game, but tell that to your ordinary gamer. If somebody really liked a particular activity and it turns out that this is not in a game at the end, then obviously he will be infuriated, and they will need to be a bit more careful with what is being given to the masses. And I think they are taking a different approach and direction at the moment, because they're considering whether to shelve altogether the conventional, the traditional way of marketing through street posters and advertising in magazines and online press and all this. They will try the Apex model, which means you will launch a game and you'll try to warm everyone up through the streaming community. It does cost, but it is significantly cheaper than the other, and apparently in this instance it was bringing in a tremendous number of people, literally from the word go. And within 24 hours you've had, I think, between 5 and 10 million people already accessing the game and subscribing, using it and playing it. So whether that is sustainable in the longer run, and whether that is to be seen as a proper marketing model in the medium term, is to be seen, because don't forget, marketing can also be very much based on certain trends. But this is going to be another option, and I think everyone who is investing in a game, the revenue from $30 to $60 in the US, 30 to 50 pounds over here in the UK, euros in continental Europe, will be very, very anxious that the investment is worthwhile. And this is where the trouble is. I talked to some of my American community members who were very, very angry with certain developers for doing certain things and not providing what they said they would, and they didn't have much of understanding towards the degree of flexibility which is required today. If you have an evolving game like The Division 2 or Destiny 2 Forsaken, you can't be expecting everything to be polished up right at the beginning. You have to have a solid foundation, excuse me, and then they will be evolving from there. They'll be building that world which is constantly generating new content and kind of new possibilities for any gamer, veteran, newbie alike. And that will take time. I mean, let's not forget, Destiny 1 had lots of problems at the beginning. It did take about 2.5 years for everything to be, fully active and operating in its present shape, which is what I had on my Destiny D collection. The Destiny collection didn't come out at the beginning; it came out right at the end, right? So it's just down to the community. I guess I just ask people to be a bit more patient. But the trouble is, as they're releasing so many different games, you have then huge competition and massive expectations, and therefore people are just like when you go to some of those massive big supermarkets, you want to buy chocolates, you want to buy muesli, you want to buy cheese. Well, have a look at the choice you have there. How do you make up your mind? And that is what's causing, obviously, that degree of interference. I remember the older days, you probably would do as well, where you would have very few games released and then people didn't complain as much. They did complain about the technical problems. For instance, you purchase a game, a brand new PC game, and it wouldn't work on your rig. I guess, like everything else, once the industry develops, you have many things offered, and therefore people become a bit particular in terms of what they want to choose, and indeed what they will state as their own personal preference. And Deployment says the game has made a massive comeback and it's really good now and it's only going to get better. because there will be one massive update coming up, and it will be coming in 3 parts. Some people are calling it the everything update. I think that is what I was reading on Twitter and I think it was Game Informer and Games Radar. Games Radar, Game Informer and Eurogamer are the websites, well, I should say the online hubs that I use at all times for my news and everything video gaming related. They're excellent. In fact, they provide you with a greater variety compared to IGN, which actually diversified. IGN was very much video gaming related initially, and in a graphics novel, bread and butter, but they've branched out to all the other areas of the industry, so they're very, very diverse. And I know IGN provides you also with lots of different news, but I think the other 3 are perhaps a bit more niche. And Deployment says it would have been a lot of people, and everyone is now talking about it, but we can only speculate. Yeah, I think what I've seen so far is definitely encouraging, and I personally always want to see the second or the third chance given to a particular game, you know, because if they spend so much time and effort in improving it and working on it, what you want to see is eventually for that game to be falling into place and then operating as it should. And you know, the cult games like this, and quite frankly, I think that in the next 5 years, what we'll see is a system which is fully integrating all platforms. And go back 5 or 6 years, a lot of people said you never ever are going to be able to play, let's say, some of the Xbox One games again on new consoles, because this is not going to be possible. New console will basically be new technology, and that's going to be it. But look at the backward compatibility, and you could see Xbox initiated this, and we are having well, Sony telling us that PS5 is going to be also the same, and I'm quite certain they will integrate everything from PS1 to PS5. Maybe not immediately, but that's certainly the plan, because on the PlayStation Now services, which I use every day, this is exactly what you have. You get the games from all previous consoles, as well as the most recent ones, and also cross-platform play. Even if you don't like it, if you don't like the idea of cross-platform, which is going to be obviously affecting people who like competitive gaming, i.e., FPS and tactical shooters, it is really ideal for all those communities to be brought together. You may not, well, at the end of the day, you may have all platforms. You know, you may have your PC, your Android, and your consoles, and you may decide to play FPS on your PC, but still, you will be able to communicate to all the other gamers, so also your PC gamers perhaps commuting, perhaps they're on a holiday, perhaps they're traveling around the world, and they can then communicate to you through Twitch or any other forum directly whilst you're doing the game on your PC, and all of them come into the same forum, right? Because at the moment, the trouble is, like with Destiny, we have people who are coming in saying, I'm on Xbox, I'm on PS4, but principally they'll be looking at what type of platform you're using in order to stream a game, because I might want to join in. Do you see what I mean? And therefore, if you say I'm on a PC or I'm on Android, obviously this is not applicable to Destiny 1, but to many other games, then perhaps it's not of the same interest. If you know the arena is full of people who are all in the same pool, then obviously, you know, it'll be easier to connect. And Deployment says we can only speculate. No, I'm quite certain that you know, there's been a lot of debate. If you go to Game Informer, Eurogamer, on their weekly live broadcasts, I guess the speculation was whether the open world games and FPS as presented today with Battle Royale will survive, and whether this has any sort of longevity at all. Well, we have to see, but certainly when it started with open world, there was an assumption that perhaps certain gamers would find it really long-winded and too grindy and uninteresting, no story. Turned out to be the other way around, and we have many games integrating non-linear narrative together with open world, and then activities that are kind of interconnected, so you have the choice like you have in Destiny. I think The Division 2 probably, my community members could correct me, is one of the very best, because they had the original game released, and you know, people liked it, but they had many objections to the way the leveling up worked, and how, for instance, people in a team could cooperate if they were tackling the enemy. Just to put in perspective, the trouble there was if you had, let's say, 4 gamers in a team, your fire team, and let's say one of them had, I can't remember the number of points you could score, but let's say 295 or 290, which is the top level, then all the enemies that were attacking the team would be kind of geared towards that player in terms of the strength, the resistance, the weaponry, kit, and everything else. And that means that all the other guys, if they're, let's say, 260, 270, are completely ineffective weapons-wise. Right? It's a very serious downer. It's a very serious problem, which is then affecting the entire gameplay. And, it is something that they massively paid attention to later on in the sequel, and the sequel's been out now for a couple of months, and a lot of people are playing it and loving it, constantly evolving, lots of different activities, and recently they released also the first raid. The first raid was seen as very, very difficult for everyone on PlayStation 4, and after about first 24, 48 hours, some people were able to finish it. I do apologize, I have a very, very important call coming in. I shall take a short break in I'll take a short 5-minute break. I'll be back straight away. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. There we are. I had to have a short break. I had some very, very important business call that I had to be responding to, so I apologize for a slight delay. It was connected to my networking on Friday, which was in London, and some really interesting development as well, because we were discussing the ways to which various streamers can be connecting their communities all together. And we've been looking at this whole introduction of scripts and extensions that Twitch introduced recently. Obviously, a few of us went there to that conference as well at the European headquarters of Twitch. And the trouble is that some of these extensions are working and operating as they should, whilst the others are just platform specific. They're not fully integrated across the board. So yeah, I had some news about that, and it looks like I still have to be waiting to get some news from those developers, because the extensions I have on my channel, 6 of those are kind of 50-50, some work, some don't, and that's simply not acceptable. And obviously I was hoping that we'll get some resolution on the technical front, but I have to be patient just like everyone else, because we are really looking for that day where cross-platform will be fully enabled, and we are quite eager to see that really unravel as soon as possible, because what it means is that there will be different scripts introduced to different platforms, and therefore everything will be instantly operational, and that's not the case at the moment. Well, it isn't, as far as it looks to me, with some of those extensions, because I've not been able to activate it. I thought you can actually see them there, but when I want to use them, like on my Android, they don't want to work, right? And these are very, very funny sound alerts and memes and all sorts, which I think would be very, very entertaining when we are doing the strikes or anything really with Sophia's battles are there on the screen. And Deployment's asking, was that the developers for the extensions on the call? No, it was just some of my colleagues, because we were discussing that on Friday, and I really wanted to know what was to be done. And the group of participants is kind of divided between those who are quite sort of high up on tech and others who are really focused on broadcasting. I mean, I know a few things about the tech, but I'm not really your tech whiz or expert, and I always rely on professional advice. And unlike some people who want to be resolving those issues by themselves, I've given up on that 20 years ago, because if you don't know what needs to be done, it could be literally just one click and it will resolve everything, and you can spend weeks trying to find it. Obviously, if you don't know, it's just a complete waste of time. So I mean, just like everything else, I will resort to the approaches of, with those teams that I know, so they'll be able to provide me exactly with the correct direction and whatever I need to be doing in order to move forward. And the person who called me, they were not really from the developers office, but they were obviously quite knowledgeable on what to do with these extensions. So anyway, the saga continues. I'm hoping that all is going to be active, because obviously I've seen people were making some clips, and the clips indeed worked, so that extension was applicable and it worked fine, but the other ones didn't, the ones with memes and also with bits. So I don't know what really the trouble is. I think they're not working because they're not fully integrated with the platform. The application is asking for the extension details. It's kind of link, it's script to be entered into the broadcasting application, and OBS, I think, is the one that people use on their PCs, and therefore, indeed, just like I said, I've not been able to make it fully active. And also, as you can see, Bungie is very impatient, and it happens quite frequently that out of the blue, you're being just booted out. It's all based on strict timing, I guess. Right, so we talked about all the novelties, and Deployment told us about No Man's Sky, another game that I would like to be experiencing at some point. But I have to say to my friends that in the recent months I've had actually little time to be trying out different games, because all has been very much broadcast related, and I believe that broadcasting is done the best if one is properly equipped and prepared in advance. And also, as we know, what works on Twitch at the moment is your singular streams. Although I introduced other games outside of my usual broadcasting hours, Destiny 1 has been and still remains the backbone of this channel, and we have a very energetic and vibrant community in here joining us every day. And I think probably the best format is the one that I do have, which is basically your steady regular stream of a certain game, and then you will have some additional streams which are perhaps shorter, delivered during another part of the day, which would be like late afternoon, early evenings or so. I have to consider that, but obviously as I run other projects as well, the question is how to do the time management, and I don't want ever for any of the projects to look, feel half-baked, so you're running from one to another, anything like this. And I have to tell you, I have seen quite a few messages this week on Twitter coming from people who are not known to me, but I guess they are friends of friends and associates, and therefore I get the postings from lots of people who were your hardcore streamers, and then they decided to call it a day. And the vast majority of them are stating the reason as I have to be looking after my mental health, I need to be sleeping more, I need to be resting a bit more, I need to reorganize. And I think my assumption is that they had worked on the streams without any proper boundaries. So they didn't schedule the time to be, let's say, from 10 to 3 or from 12 to 5, and they were doing it outside of those working hours and kind of doing it on the go. In fact, I did read some specialist analysis of the entire market, and they said that people who are burning out the most and indeed perhaps not operating as well as they should are people who are resorting to so-called 24/7 streams, which means instant accessibility, doing it 10 hours plus per day and all this. And I'll be quite interested to hear from my community members, particularly if you were also a streamer at some point, how you are viewing it. Because, I guess you can compare it to satellite television versus and that it starts at 8 o'clock p.m. television series or anything, any kind of entertaining other program or even the news. You will always resort to that time. You will be there for that program to be watched, and today we can watch it on all platforms. You don't have to be at home to watch it on your TV, right? Watch it on your phone or tablet or laptop, wherever you are. Whatever you do, you can just simply switch it on, and that is different compared to the 24/7 roster or the algorithm running different kinds of programs on the satellite, because you will have constant flow of information, constant flow of programs and everything. So I think that's where the difference is. It is making sure that if you're operating within that boundary, your followers, fans, and also people who are not familiar with the channel will always know if they're accessing, let's say, Twitch between 10 and 1 every single day. They'll know that your channel is there at that time. So if they want to join, they can. If they want to do something else, indeed, they will just pursue that activity. They don't have to be there. And keeping it within that sort of structured format really helps. I talked a few weeks ago about the similarity between trading financial markets 24/7, i.e. doing the trading professionally, and doing live broadcasting, comparing the two. And there are some similarities and differences. The similarity is that, similar to the markets, the entity out there on Twitch operates 24/7, but you don't have to be there 24/7. You've got to really extract the time which you feel is the best for you. Also, what I found is when I was doing the evening streams or kind of late night streams for my friends from the US, I have also a part of the day which is better for me, right? And that part of the day will be providing then the service, the quality which is the best possible, i.e. I'm operating the best of my ability, therefore the content is very exciting and entertaining. I'm engaging with everybody, compared to, let's say, late in the day where I might be feeling a bit tired and my attention span might not be as good. So these are the things to be really considered as well. And I find that the best communities are exactly those that are run according to certain schedules and principles. And the channels I watch, I like, are exactly like that. So I'm very sad to see that a lot of people are suffering as a result, but I know how draining and tiring it can be. And also I think for younger broadcasters and online entrepreneurs, they are feeling this tremendous pressure to be increasing the number of followers and subscribers, and that is just the wrong way about it. That's just completely wrong. I'll give an example. This is similar to those people who want to be doing trading, trading off the financial markets in order to make money. i.e., obviously everybody who does trading wants to make money, but that becomes the prerogative. I have got to make the money. I have got to make the money, right? Anyone who thinks like that will fail in the investment industry. They will never make any money anywhere. They'll lose everything. Because the investment is about learning not how to be making money, but how to prevent that money from being lost, right? So a lot of people don't recognize or realize the difference. But the difference is you will be operating within a structured format. You will make the money when you can. And indeed, you will make sure that if things go south, you'll prevent greater losses. You'll make when you can, and you cut your losses short when things actually work against you, right? So you have boundaries, you have your parameters. You start at a certain hour, you end, obviously, as well, when the time is right, within a certain number of hours, and you carry on with doing something else. And that's exactly the principle that has to be applied here as well, in order to make those broadcasts less stressful. Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors of all times, will tell you, if I was to be always thinking about the money and making money, I wouldn't make even a dime, because it was all about being able to, first of all, understand how some business worked, and to be able to read the company accounts, to know how the projections work, and also explore the markets and look at the liabilities and threats and all that, and then consider your own position. He said the greatest achievement he ever had was simply having that degree of reward, that he did manage to get to a certain level. So he basically bought a company that was under, and after a period of time with investment, the company picked up, became very, very valuable. So he felt rewarded by the entire process. That for him was the biggest, the best gain. Evidently, being in the business where a lot of capital flows about, he was able to make a lot of money as well. But what I'm trying to describe is the purpose of the exercise when you are doing your broadcasting live on Twitch should not be down to the number of followers and subscribers. That's just a wrong way about it. You need to be focusing on the high quality content, building a community, and also providing it within a structured format. That is the key. That's most important. You will feel very relaxed. You will feel, I'm starting at 10, I'm ending at 3. Therefore, all of my time after that has to be spent on something else. In fact, you can be working on your channel completely until midnight, but you do not have to be doing your live streams. Remember that. That's very important. You can be working on your Instagram, you can be working on your Twitter, you can do something on YouTube, you can do your blog, you can write about the experiences you had early in the day. You're still working on the channel, and you are connecting with other people. If your community is vibrant, your blog will be tied in with the channel. Mine is still not has not reached that level yet. But we are going to get there in due course. My blog is there, but still needs to be brought in a lot more to what I've done so far. It will be there, and we'll do it step by step, and eventually we'll have a lot of enjoyable activity run on the blog as well. So Deployman is asking me, have you played No Man's Sky? No, sir, I did not play the game, and I certainly have it on top of my list. At least I need to look at it. I did watch some trailers and some reviews on the game, and just like you said earlier, they were quite negative. There were lots of complaints, from the tech to the way the game worked, and I guess people even complained about the animations and the graphics. Hard to tell, and I have to say it's a bit of a tough market out there for sci-fi open world games. If you have Mass Effect and Destiny, and the other open world games in operation that are incredible, then it's likely that some of the guys will be a bit picky and perhaps even attempt to ostracize the game as it comes out. I really wonder why that is. I think probably it's to do with the vast world, and the open world has all kinds of hidden corners which are not necessarily story related. And if you think about it, where did the Mass Effect trilogy excel? Well, it was first of all in integrating all the hidden corners everywhere with quests and sub-quests, i.e. with the narrative. And I think therefore they are really still supreme compared to all the other games, compared to Destiny as well. It's Marco is here. Hello, it's Marco. How are you doing? and welcome to our Destiny world. Thank you for joining us today for this broadcast of Destiny 1. It's Marcus asking what's happening, and I can just tell you that at the moment we are simply doing a bit of our usual community chat. The way the channel works is we have about an hour at the beginning where we chat about lots of different issues and video gaming kind of matters, video gaming issues related, and then after that we crack on with our Destiny 1 game. So just literally talking about various things happening out there. And I talked about other broadcasters and people who have been kind of complaining about the way things were run on their channels. And Deployman talked a bit about No Man's Sky, the other sci-fi open world game, which has been just now released for PC. So we talked a bit about ins and outs of the game and what people liked, and I was just raising the bar with the fact that Mass Effect Trilogy is still excelling in that compartment, and they are literally one of the best games with all those hidden corners being well integrated with the narrative. So although you're getting quests and sub-quests and subplots, they still are tied in with the mainstream activity, which is not always the case. I think with some other developers you will get side missions which are not properly tied in, and therefore they feel a bit disjointed. I remember watching the Game Informer broadcast recently when they talked about Ghost Recon Wildlands, and they expressed some concerns that perhaps the new game that will come out in October will have some different auspices. They said, well, the Wildlands was actually located in Bolivia, which is obviously a real country, and the locations were real, and therefore it was so enjoyable to explore in the territory, to go up and down the mountains and down the country roads and all sorts. Whilst the new game is going to be in a kind of a fictional area which is purely invented, and the trouble is that they were speculating, although I have to say I love Ghost Recon Wildlands, and the new one seems to me to be even a few steps up really in terms of its graphics. And you also have this kind of a khaki stroke cam mode where you can be concealing yourself with mud and leaves and foliage and everything, and that is going to be so important when you're in the game, because you are Ghost, you are tactical, you need to be invisible. Ghost Recon is not about neutralizing all the enemies, but actually rescuing rescuing the hostages and basically completing the task and the target, and remaining invisible throughout. So Isotic say, can you please start playing the game? The answer is no. I will not play the game, because you're coming here to our community and requesting it whilst we are having our community chat. So no, that is not going to happen as yet. And basically what I have been describing is Ready to Ghost Recon Wildlands, and I just really look forward to the new one that is going to be coming out in October, and it seems to be really, really exciting. So some other person is obviously complaining about the character who's kind of pressurizing us to crack on with the game. Well, people have different expectations, and I guess some of the younger gamers may not have the concept that the broadcasting of the channels are obviously delivered for different reasons. And when we talk, we have separate sections of the broadcast, and we always have my focus always is on the community. And when we get lots of people coming in, you will see sometimes even when we fight battles there in Destiny 1, we'll have about 2 dozen people coming in and talking at the same time, and I always allocate the time afterwards for everyone to be acknowledged, so that the messages are just not left out. We read the messages, we answer them, but we can't, like for instance, I'm doing a Nightfall Strike, I can't actually respond to 30-40 messages coming in, but I'll wait until the Nightfall Strike is finished and we'll go through the messages, talk to everyone. Twitch and online gaming is all about community and connectivity, and I think people who are not recognizing that are actually missing the point. I think the person who is interfering in there will be approached by moderators now. I apologize to everyone for that. This channel is heavily moderated. I have 2 companies doing this, and we are going to be asking moderators to deal with this person. So I apologize for the content as well, and I think the moderators will take charge of that. So one of the other people here is saying, well, you have to ban these haters, and Deployman says a perfect balance, as all things should be. Absolutely, sir. Yeah, we always keep it in balance. And just coming back to the other person who was asking for bans, the way this works here on my channel is I have two companies doing moderating, you know, and these are not robots, they're real people, and they read messages, and they're very, very sharp, which means if somebody comes in with something which is unpleasant and aggressive or judgmental or not fitting in with our rules here, they're automatically banned from the use of the channel. They're blocked and they're reported to Twitch, and a report goes directly to Twitch, which indicates what happened. There is a copy of that communication, and then it's down to Twitch to take further action. If we are talking about somebody hang on a minute. Right, I don't know where these people are coming from, but you know, obviously, as this is the only channel streaming Destiny every single day, then you get people who are coming up with nonsense, and that's very, very rare on this channel, I have to say. I did have some trolls coming in whilst we were doing the Crucible, and I don't have a very, very good upload speed, so I can't really do PvP, and I had to be doing the Crucible because of the exotic quests for my swords. And then we had quite a few people like this coming in. I know, you know, I can tell you, this is obviously a free forum. It's free access. Unlike some other people who are leaving it just to the subscribers, I leave it free and open to everyone to join, to participate, communicate, and you know, join hands, literally with other members of our community. But for those who are abusing the freedom, you know, like in the wider community, there are certain measures, and I apologize to our viewers for this person in here. I don't know what he wanted in here, and it's evident that the game will start in due course after we finished our discussions here. And you know, what can we do? I can just leave it to the moderators and to Twitch to you know, basically deal with this. Also, if you are watching this on Twitch, you will see always when the moderators take charge, but unfortunately for anyone who's watching it through YouTube or through other platforms, once the moderators intervene, the content is deleted, which is obviously under a question mark. But on the recordings, we can't do that. Excuse me. The recordings basically are presenting it as it came in, and in fact, this is quite useful when you have, you know, like a serious issue, because it's a record of what somebody did, and that record is obviously then used by the moderators as well. Right, we talked a lot about all sorts of issues here. Today, I think it's the time to crack on with some action. So coming back to Destiny, I have three characters here, Warlock, Hunter, and Titan. This week, we completed 4400 on my Titan. So the Titan has been fully completed, and I'm very, very glad. It's been a lengthy grind, really, for all three characters. I think I probably completed my Titan quicker than what I would have acquired the score for in relation to other two characters. So the idea was now to bring my Warlock to 400 as well as my Hunter, and we are progressing forward more or less rapidly. So I think probably during this week we'll be able to get this Warlock to get to that level. And the Deathmile is here as well. Hello Deathmile, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming and joining us, and for watching our broadcast, for being a member of our community. We actually had no gameplay so far. We talked, Deployman, myself, and a few other people, and we had a very, very interesting hour, really discussing lots of different bits. Deployman is currently playing No Man's Land on his PC, and we talked about this game, a wonderful sci-fi open world game that a lot of people are going to be, you know, connecting with yet again, as indeed initially there was some complaints about the game once released on PS4. So really look forward to see what the new upgrade and update will bring really to all the gamers worldwide. And we talked a bit about Mass Effect and generally the way people are with their live broadcasts as well, because I attended a networking meeting the other day at the Google headquarters, and it's European headquarters of Google in London. And we talked a bit about the new methods through which we are going to be connecting and engaging with our communities, primarily through kind of personalized communication, as well as the extensions that Twitch introduced in the recent times. We talked a bit about Twitch Sings as well, which in fact is run as a separate compartment. I thought it would be perhaps better integrated with gaming, but still, you know, we can do several teams here, and then they can migrate to Twitch Sings. We can do a bit of serenading. It's a very, very good way of you know, getting that community content across, and it's very funny, you know, when people sing and do silly things live on cam, and certainly it has been very, very popular so far. So coming back to the game, we are going to be cracking on with our Destiny 1 game now. We have Warlock Human Male, 4395, played by DRBMiller. Yesterday I've done Siva Heroic Strikes, and indeed I was also doing some, well, I've done just one weekly story mission. The Death Mile is asking, how is Destiny 1? Well, you know, it's good, very glad to see that you're asking this question, because during the last couple of weeks we had quite a few people popping in, saying hello and saying, who on earth is still playing Destiny 1? And, you know, the fact is, the reason I'm asking this question, because compared to maybe 6-7 years ago, where you would go directly to Bungie and you would look at how many people are actually doing Destiny through Bungie, right? What people do today is they go to Twitch and they'll look at how many people are viewing the game, and they'll assume that people who are viewing the game are actually the people who are playing it. And that's completely, you know, not right. You have on Twitch very few streamers doing Destiny 1. But in terms of the actual gamers on Bungie, i.e. through Bungie servers, there are many, many people still doing it. And obviously this channel is holding a beacon for everyone who's your Destiny 1 veteran, and therefore we get lots of people coming in and enjoying the gameplay and participating literally with our community activity, just like what we've done today. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Sunday, you know, we like chatting on Sunday morning after we went to church, and then we like to crack on with some of the action. So, just to expand, Destiny 1 is splendid, and my 3 characters are coming to the 4400 level, and I'm thoroughly enjoying my game, and most importantly, I'm thoroughly enjoying my community here. We have so many great people in our community, and they're so helpful and attentive, and I'm so pleased to say that we have several competitive players as well who are very family friendly and very prepared to be teaching others how to do certain things. And I can certainly tell you that with Matthias and with Zach here on board, I was able to acquire certain skills. I was able to learn on what to do with certain situations in Destiny 1, and also they were able to provide a lot of valuable knowledge and experience to everyone who was viewing. And QE, is it Kev? That's be Kevin is here. He says, I'm back. I fell off my chair and my caretaker had to help me get back. I'm very sorry to hear that. He said that his caretaker had to help him to get back up. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. I'm hoping that you are all right, that you are nicely and firmly seated in your chair, and that we can then carry on with our Destiny 1 gameplay, so you'll be able to enjoy it. I'm very glad to see you here, and thank you so much for joining us, Kev. Very, very happy to see you here, and you know, I'm always very privileged to have people here who are experiencing some sort of health difficulty. And as you know, I'm a campaigner for disability and health issues, as well as for homelessness and all the other kind of social, you know, issues. So I'm very glad to see that we are having people who are experiencing, you know, selecting these issues here on my broadcast, and I'm always very, very happy to bring everyone in to bond and communicate and, you know, make our community as interactive and as happy as possible. So I'm very, very grateful, and thank you very much for coming and joining our broadcast. And what we'll do now is we'll look at our character, we'll go to the tower, we'll do some admin. And Kev says, I'm just obese. Well, you know, I think I'm very glad that you're here today as well. And okay, Kev says, I'm not disabled. Okay, no worries. misunderstood, because when you said that you fell off your chair, I thought perhaps there was some degree of mobility problem or something, you know. So I just assumed, but I guess you can you catch my drift, basically. I'm just running a channel here which actually is all-inclusive, and I like people coming in and then talking about a variety of different issues, you know, not always just video gaming related. There we are. We'll go back to the tower and then we'll have a look at our inventory, and we'll then decide on what we are to do next, and hopefully there are going to be some interesting actions and activities for us to pursue. If not, we'll just resort to the weekly lots, which is going to be our weekly story missions and daily strikes, really. So we have some engrams, which are going to be decoding once we get to Master Rahul.
Cade scouts have brought us some intriguing discoveries recently.
Indeed, sir. Thank you very much for your reward of 200 glimmer.
Take it, Guardian.
And we have 1 legendary engram. So what I need to do is I need to quickly look at my weaponry and make sure that I do have another weapon, which is 397 in here, right? So we'll put on, and we'll put 397 in there as well, right? No, that's not one. Where is it now? That one. So that's 397, 396, 396, 396. Then we have 397, 96, 96. Okay, so that's 93. So that's all in order. The Death Mile's here. The Death Mile, hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here with us today, for watching our broadcast, also being here with our community. Death Mile's asking, how is the raids in Destiny 1? Well, to be frank with you, I'm not doing the raids at the moment, and I want to get my characters to 4400, and then we'll do lots of raids, and we'll create a few teams in order to do them as well. So far I've done, well, I've completed 2 raids, and the other 2 we've been doing but I've not completed, and I think King's Fall probably is the most difficult raid amongst the 4 for my liking. Lots of people come in asking whether I want to be joining their team, and I'm not doing that at the moment. Also, I had some requests coming in on PlayStation overnight, where one of our community members, who is a regular and a dedicated contributor to the channel, was asking whether I want to join their raid team. But at the moment I would just simply politely decline, because I have to prepare for that. I need to work on my raids, and this is what I've not done so far. The raids I've done were just like an introduction, and like a walkthrough for the viewers as well, so they were not focused on me kind of acquiring certain skills or attempting to produce some sort of incredible score, but simply a walkthrough on what needs to be done. But once we have 3 characters 4400, we'll actually raise the bar. We'll be looking at the raids as being the backbone of this channel, and for that I'll need to do a lot of hard work, because I'm not there yet. But overall, if you're asking really the question related to other people, lots of people come here and ask for some fire team members, and very frequently they come here, chat on the channel, and then they kind of squad up and do the game elsewhere. So they don't do it on my live broadcast, but they do it within their own forums, or indeed their own streams, which sometimes are equally popular. We have lots of streamers who are coming here and indeed joining forces as well. So let's see what this item is. Barkham Dune boots, and we have all the other ones as well. So let's see, Barkham Dune 390, 393, 393. So that's not particularly useful, right? And let me see, what else do we have there? 385 Salicin Fen, also not interesting. And we'll have these, which is score is Dirge 385. So these ones are all selected, and
Come back if you learn anything of interest.
they do not require any more attention, okay?
So let's see. What I need to do is I simply need to be collecting some bounties. But before I do that, I'll be looking at my quests. So we have this quest, the Corrupted Land, Patrols Complete, Age of Triumph, the Challenge of Elders, Artifacts of the Iron Lords. Well, to tell you the truth, we can do a bit of grinding. The rest of these are just all based on the Crucible. And for all of you who like PvP, I always tell everyone, in my local area, we do not have fiber optic, and we can't access, you know, really top-notch speed. So therefore, my upload speed is very poor. It's very similar to everyone in the UK who's on the fastest broadband, and this upload speed is just about 1, and that's not sufficient for PvP. You can't play PvP with that kind of speed for many different technical reasons. So therefore, if I do the Crucible, it is going to be only quest related, and it's always a hard struggle, and therefore I'm not doing it at the moment. Sword Reforged is a leftover. In fact, I wanted to do 1 exotic sword per character, right? And then I made a mistake on my Titan. When I completed the 2nd exotic sword, I went for the 3rd one on my Titan. So I got all 3 exotic swords, but this one will finish at some point. I'll have to decide when and under what conditions. Right, so let's see. We have quick drops, get 30 precision kills. That's been completed. So I'm getting some weapon parts, some mods, and some reputation. So the space here is for 4 extra bounties, right? And what we'll do is we'll collect these, and they will be related to some activity in the Plaguelands. And we have, let me see, kills without dying, then Cabal defeated. Wow, that's for a variety of different planets, right? That wasn't a good one. Patrol Venus 100 times in a week. I'm not going to do that. So that one I can just get rid of straight away. This was actually my error. Yeah, that's the one. We don't want that. We'll take one of those strike-related bounties from Xander. And let's see... Yeah, we'll take this one. Kills. So we are sorted, and basically we'll go to the Plaguelands and we'll do some grinding in there. So that is going to be our warming up for today. So we always come here, have a look at the beautiful picture postcard scenic sites, and after that we are going to be proceeding to the orbit, and we'll carry on with our next mission. So we're off to the Plaguelands. We'll do some patrolling, we collect some beacons, and we'll do some warming up. And after that, I think we'll go back to the weekly story missions and strikes. So these are going to be our activities for today. All of those are very enjoyable. We also have some activity there in the reef, so that will be Challenge of the Elders. If some of our veterans come in, we probably will have a look at that as well. We'll see. I have to say, the Prison of Elders is not as popular as the strikes and raids, although it sometimes can appear to be equally difficult. No, that's not it. That's not the right destination. We want to go to the Plaguelands. The Plaguelands are over here. There we are. Stand by and then get ready to proceed. Once again, I apologize to my community members and viewers for that troll that came in earlier who was just hassling aggressively. And as you know, I have my moderators in place and they obviously deal with such people. So I once again apologize for this. I really don't like when you get individuals coming in who want to be terrorizing everyone, but there are measures in place really to deal with them as well. There we are, proceeding.
This whole region's Devil Splicer territory, so don't let your guard down.
There we are. We test our new weapon as well.
Okay, Guardian. I've got a high-value target we need neutralized.
The Deathmouse is asking me, have you played Trials? No sir, I have not. They discontinued Trials a little while back, and I joined the Destiny universe last year. I've not played the game from the beginning. I'm not one of the, you know, beta days veterans. Learned everything since, I think, last summer. But to tell you the truth, many people come here and they ask about the Trials. They said the Trials were one of the most popular activities in Destiny 1. And still lots of people are, you know, a bit gutted that the whole activity has been discontinued. This weapon's not too bad, but it's a repetition weapon. It does take a bit of time, so it's better used from the distance. Jerry's here as well. Hello Jerry, how are you doing sir? Good to see you. We are having a bit of a colder day here compared to the last few days. A bit cloudy. Expecting a lot of rain in the afternoon. We enjoyed a bite of summer, but not as hot as in Texas. You said it was going to be like 30 yesterday. Was this hot? We had about 22, 23 I think. I must admit that in London on Friday I was just baking. It was so humid and so stifling hot. So I didn't really enjoy it too much. You know when you're wearing your three-piece suit and you come to that humidity and pollution, it's just really tricky. There's no problem whilst we were, you know, at the offices because they're air conditioned, but using the public transport and all that has been less pleasant. I'm quite curious to see as to why Destiny was giving us that kill patrol right at the beginning, because the kill patrols are quite hard to get. And the other day Sakakupa and myself did spend quite some time really looking for one of those. Because both of us needed those kill patrols for our quests, and that was on my Titan. But I'm not complaining, we got to it so early, it's all good. Resisting, yeah. So let me think. What's my heavy? Put some heavy ammunition on and then we'll do it with the heavy. Right? Oh, I got them. Okay. That was easy.
We got it.
this weapon is quite effective here, but we were doing some strikes early in the week and it was not as effective. So I'm quite pleased to see that I can use it to my advantage. The weapon is Mida Multi-Tool Scout Rifle. Cost is upgraded. Braced frame, increased ability to reduce magazine size, rifle barrel, increased range, slow reload, hammer forged, improved ranging accuracy. Bureau of Aeronautics. Okay, so that's all good. Actually, to be honest with you, I can use Kostov for a little while as well. And just to make sure that all is in order here. So I didn't really track my quest either, which is a bit silly, because what we do want to see is the results over here. You know, just click on your touchpad if you're on PlayStation 4 and you got your results up and running. So it's quite easy to monitor. We'll go back to the main area in order to get some beacons and indeed get some fierce action as well. So that's the idea. Jerry says, as a Texan, it is not considered hot till it's around 37. Well, that is indeed very hot. You know, in London we had 36 last year, which is highly unusual, and it was unbearable. I think for anyone on public transport, it was just absolutely ghastly. And the Deathman's asking, have you played the Ice of Swallow, the Come mission? Well, I believe I did. I completed literally every one of the missions here. I played everything. And if you ask me something more specific about that mission, I probably wouldn't be able to remember it. But I have a very, very detailed, thorough article called Destiny Bungie's Masterpiece. And the article is on my blog. If you're interested, you can just access my Twitter and then you can have a look. And the article is very lengthy. It's almost like a book. Like a book. It's intended to be a guide for literally any Destiny gamer, be it a veteran or a newbie or anyone who's just starting out. And all the details, all the trivia, all the illustrations and videos and introductions and all sorts, all of those are in the article. So if anyone interested, head to that article. But you know what? I'll give you the link here on our chat, and you'll be able to access it straight away. So that's always the best way. There we are, articles on. Wait a minute. Come your way in seconds, bear with us. There we are. Have a look. Have a look, let me know what you think. Lots of people find my lengthy list of Destiny story missions to be useful, because if they want to become more acquainted with the narrative in a linear fashion, to follow the story, they'll use the list. And watching how this game evolved, because I have a very, very comprehensive video library in the article. So if you're interested in watching this evolution, just head to the video library and watch all of those videos one by one, and you get a very, very good picture. Also, we have the entire Destiny 1 soundtrack in there, and all other bits of trivia, loads of illustrations, all the photographs, and all sorts. So definitely, and also a very lengthy reference guide for anyone who wants to be doing further research. So have a look. And the Death Mouse asking, what about Ice of Swallow the... What is that supposed to be? Is this a joke?
Guardian, I'm going to need you to separate our enemies from any high-value resources they may be hoarding.
Well, I'm afraid the jokes of that nature are not welcome here on this channel, and I consider them highly offensive. So I'm afraid our friend the Death Mile is going to be approached by our moderators, and I do not appreciate that sort of content emerging here on my channel. So watch out, my friends, what is to follow. I apologize to our viewers. Well, Jerry and Deployman are obviously providing us with their views on this individual. I don't know why, but we've had several people here today coming in with these kinds of nonsensical comments, and I wonder whether they're sort of coming from the same group. I had already several, which is highly unusual for this channel. I do not usually get people like this in here, so if anybody spotted anyone coming in from a particular group, then please do alert me. This is just complete nonsense, and it's highly offensive as well. Imperial Sniper is asking whether we want to hear a dumb joke. Actually, I would appreciate that we hear no more jokes, because those people who were coming up with these ideas have gone to the moderators, and I just really would appreciate if we enjoy a quiet morning. Obviously, depending on what the joke is, because the other person was not really providing us with a joke. It was just deeply offensive. Imperial Snipe says it's a Marvel joke. Yeah, okay, no worries. As long as it doesn't come in the same category of what we've seen, then it's all good. The trouble is we get a lot of children accessing Twitch as well. This is not a channel for children. It does say on my channel rules, and children doing pranks is something that sometimes ends rather unhappily. And Deployman says it's all good, but as long as it doesn't have spoilers as well. Imperial Snipe says, so I heard Thanos got a divorce. Alright. She left him and took half. Need to go back, I think, because there aren't that many enemies in there. That's the joke. Well, to be honest with you, I'm not that familiar with the Marvel Universe, and I still need to go and see the latest. What is it? The Endgame, right?
I've not seen it. But to be honest with you, I'm a bit oversaturated with all those films coming out of Marvel in the recent years. And Deployman says the joke was perfectly balanced, and Imperial Snipe says, as all things should be. Of course. Of course. I couldn't have agreed more. You know, we want everything to be friendly and pleasant in here. But, you know, any forums that are open to literally...
Splicers are using SIVA to upgrade their walls. Be careful.
Anyone can have sometimes people coming in who are unsavory. Foster's doing not too badly.
That's it. It's taking damage.
What we'll do is we'll hit him with the heavy. It's not a good position in there. Oh no. It must be the ship. Oh no, it was a Devil Slicer. Open up on him with my heavy.
Almost there. Keep firing.
Again.
That should do it. I'll let Shiro know we got what he needed. Let's keep moving. Another Splicer toy is scrapped. Great job.
So that's been completed, so that's pretty good. And Deployment says there's been a lot of hints in Destiny 2 that SIVA might come back. Imperial's asking, really? That's interesting, says Imperial. We have lots of people who are playing Destiny 2, you know, coming here. Captain Jack has been grinding it for months, and he was telling us about the Iron Banner grind that he had been engaged with now for a few weeks. And certainly it sounds to me like a very, very lengthy grind, and similar to some of the stuff we got here as well.
Constant reports of aggression throughout this area. Take out some of the riffraff, and I'll owe you one.
Loads of these patrols are basically just destroying the enemy and then collecting some of the fragments which are left behind. Depends on the patrol. Some of the hardest to get are your kill patrols, i.e. the assassination patrols. And I was able to get one of them as soon as I entered the area, so that was pretty good. And quite rare. You know, for anyone curious what this weapon is, it's the exotic Quasta rifle, and its attack points are 395, I think, at the moment. Yeah, I'm doing quite good. In order to get it, you need to complete that quest. You need to collect the Quasta rifle parts, and then eventually you'll get there. Resisting it 3 times, that's just grotesque. Almost offensive to me. So we just need to still destroy some enemies in here. But you know what, I actually like the use of my sword. And I didn't equip my sword because I'm using Costa. But actually I can't use my sword because I'm using Costa. Imago loop on and my sword on. Dark Drinker. So we've got something in there. Yeah, engrams. Alright. Let's see how effective my Imago loop is going to be, because I thought Imago loop was not that effective on my Warlock for some reason. I tried it yesterday, but that's because I was doing the strikes, and weaker story missions were really heavily modified. Yeah, seems to be working fine in here. One shot, one kill by the looks of it. That's exactly what we want to see. And we'll use also our sword as well to mop up a bit. Nope. Do not forget when you're out in the wild to collect your materials. Very important. Always collect your materials. Joe's asking, do you have the sleeper? Yes, I do, sir. I have, well, 3 exotic swords and my sleeper simulant as well. The only thing is I've not imported all of it to my Warlock. They are on my Titan. But what I did bring in was my Dark Drinker. As you could see, I've got my Dark Drinker currently equipped. And actually, Dark Drinker is one of my favorite weapons in the game. Just like what Matthias told us, once you get it, it's a game changer. And really does make a huge difference to your game. So I'm using it all the time, really, ever since I acquired it. It was a lengthy grind. I did spend quite a bit of time, working hard to get it. And then once I got it, I've been using it literally every single day. Sleeper I used on certain bosses, and definitely a very, very powerful fusion rifle, the best one in the game. Depoy says, yeah, well, for example, there has been a lot of Siva related items, like we just got Outbreak Prime, now called Outbreak Perfected. A ghost shell projection that had the Siva icon in it. There was concept art on Destiny 2 that had a lot of Siva stuff, and there was an image released by Bungie showing an update for Test Eververse, getting an overhaul, and in that image was another Titan ornament or some gauntlets that had Siva in as well. Jerry says it's a beast. It's a beast is related to Sleeper Simulant, which indeed is a very, very powerful weapon and very, very useful against certain bosses. Yellow bar enemies, not the champions, will be destroyed with one shot, one kill. And Deploy says, sorry for the lengthy message. No. No messages are lengthy. Any messages are absolutely relevant, to the forum in here. And Imperial is very curious to hear as to how you kind of, deducted the fact that there's going to be perhaps another Siva. And this is a very, very thorough description. And let's just consider the fact that Destiny 2 Forsaken World is evolving in the seasons. which means they are really listening to the community and introducing various bits which community felt were missing from the beginning in the sequel. And that's obviously, you know, most welcome. And it will continue to be the case. They had a serious problem with Activision, apparently. Activision were blocking some of their ideas, and they wanted it to be, I guess, appearing as a more mainstream, more kind of commercial type of game, and that backfired with Destiny 2, and particularly after Activision released a statement indicating that Destiny 2 was selling badly, or not as good as expected, and that must have been then obviously linked to the actual divorce, and ever since I think the novelties kept coming. And Imperial says, thank you very much for that message. Well, you know, indeed, very, very interesting and very useful. And I think that we are in for lots of surprises in Destiny 2. We've had some people coming in a few days ago and they were asking, do I know the release date of Destiny 3? And obviously I do not. And Destiny, well, Bungie basically confirmed that they are preparing for the third installment, but I think probably the next 2 years, or certainly the next 18 months, are going to be spent on Destiny 2 annual seasons. And one wonders how the world is going to be evolving, you know, what actual Destiny 3 might be like. We know nothing about it. But, well, I had some communication with other guys who are kind of in the know, and they said that the industry is progressing down that annual season direction. And the big games like Destiny and The Division 2 and Anthem and Fallout, they're all looking at this kind of constantly evolving world, and therefore the new content can be introduced. So I guess the differences between the games that would have had already the first year's annual season content kind of produced before the actual introduction of the season, meaning it was all completed during the works for the base game, and then what comes next, you know? What comes next is basically likely to be in tune with the community and what people are requesting. And I think Bungie are quite good in that. And Deploy says there isn't another official date yet. No, they've not released anything as far as the dates are concerned. And, you know, we just simply have to wait and see what happens. It's a bit of a carrot and stick, because they confirmed that they are working on the concept art and the preparatory works, but at the same time they said they will spend a significant amount of time and indeed invest the resources in annual seasons. So, you know, that's obviously what is going to be happening for some time to come. I didn't miss him. Okay. Jerry says, I just read an article where Bungie got 100 million from a Chinese company to create a new game. It is very possible. It is very possible that they will be working on a new game as well. But I think their plan is to create this Destiny universe, which is entirely online and accessible through annual pass or, you know, their annual seasons. So I really look forward to that, because I think there is a space for Destiny 1 and 2 to be fully integrated online, and a bit like, you know, with some of the other games, I don't know, Elder Scrolls, or you can access all those different chapters. And let's say if you had Destiny 5, Destiny 6, well, would it not be great if we could just access one arena and then play the game and interconnect characters and everything? A lot of people say it's not possible, but don't forget, the technology is evolving so rapidly that nothing is impossible, you know? If there's a will, there's a way, I think, and we'll just have to wait and see. I'm certainly excited to see what Bungie will produce, and lots of our veterans who were very frosty on Destiny 2 base game had really warmed up ever since, you know? Ever since the seasons were introduced. And the vast majority were, you know, doing the seasons and then entering all those lengthy grinds. 94. Okay, we need a bit more than that. Well, you know, the trouble is, doing these massive multiplayer online games is extremely expensive still, and I'm waiting for the hour where it is going to become less expensive, and therefore, you know, for the companies which are smaller than Bungie, they'll have more scope to actually integrate everything within one arena. And I'll look forward to that. Because think about it, Destiny, Fallout, Red Dead Redemption, Mass Effect, you have all these different sequels and different sections of those games, and it is always going to be the best if you can just access everything at once. And Deployment says, yeah, just look at Star Citizen. And Jerry says, I'd love to see Destiny go to VR. Well, it's not impossible. The only trouble is that if you're making a VR game from scratch, which is basically created as a VR game, I think it's likely to be more immersive than the ones which are just simply remastered for that usage. But you know, I watched James Cameron's Titanic in 3D, and it was screened a few years ago. It was like on a limited kind of release. Watched it in IMAX 6 times, in fact, and I was particularly curious to see how that technology worked. And
Okay, tower's updated.
I have to admit, I was a bit skeptical because Titanic was not shot in 3D, and must admit, what they've done was absolutely jaw-dropping. It seemed perfect compared to all the other films that were also shot on 3D cameras. So, you know, you never know. But if you have a chance to see Titanic, you know, in 3D, and also you need to see it in IMAX, it's quite an experience. It's fun, isn't it? We talked the other day on my broadcast about this. 3D was like literally hyped up at the beginning of the decade, and loads of films were being then screened and indeed filmed in 3D. I think people are not fully aware of the fact that some films were shot on 2D and then digitally remastered for 3D usage, compared to the ones which were, like Avatar for instance, shot on special cameras in order to be fully 3D. And by the end of the decade, the interest for that had completely receded. And the industry actually did decide not to invest anymore in these kinds of screens and productions. So you could see it's down to the community preference. People want it, we'll get more of it. If people don't want it, we are not going to have it anymore. Because guess what? It all costs. So, you know. Let's see. We have 3 patrols and then 1 kill patrol. Alright, so let me think. What we'll do is we'll go to another area. And the area is going to be up there. And just to echo Jerry, I also would really love to see not just Destiny in VR, but all the other massive big sci-fi games like Mass Effect as well, you know. Also the games like Fallout, Red Dead Redemption, you know, the massive big open world games, Elder Scrolls for instance. Love those games, and the element of VR would just make them a lot more immersive and intriguing as well. I was thinking Monster Hunter World the other day. They have a very, very interesting open world as well. Very, very funny, very enjoyable game.
Guardian,
Highly
the city's
recommended
put
to
out
everyone.
bounties for enemies in the Plague Lands. Clear some hostiles to even the odds.
Deployman and me talked about Monster Hunter World in depth, and I played it well, quite a bit really during that week. Had about 3 or 4 streams, and the rest was just done outside of my broadcasting hours, and just loved it. Thought it was a beautiful combination of, you know, different sorts of characters and a very, very good story, lots of different tasks. But I found the inventory in there to be quite tricky. You need to learn lots of different things before you really kind of level up with your character. Anyone else played it? Monster Hunter World, in addition to Deployman and myself? If so, you know, tell us what you thought about the game. Oh, I'm stuck. Brood Mother. I hate that gas. Jerry's asking, have you seen Ready Player One? Indeed, I did watch it, sir, and I watched it also in IMAX, and the experience of that film was second to none. A fantastic, staggering feature by Steven Spielberg. I loved every bit of it. And, you know, one wonders whether the future is going to be like that. So anyone who hasn't seen it, and if you want to watch it on the box, well, do not do so. Go to cinema and see it in 3D IMAX. The experience of that is probably the best 3D I've seen, and the closest to virtual reality in on silver screen to what I would have viewed to date. So definitely very, very impressive. But also I think it's a kind of film that's ideal for anyone who kind of likes video games and, you know, is sort of a fan of the internet. Everything is in that game. Imperial says, I've only watched it once, but I really enjoyed it. I watched it twice. We have a cinema pass, which is called Cineworld Unlimited, and you pay your subscription fees every month, and then you can access all the cinemas that belong to Cineworld chain at no cost. So I've been a member already for many years, and then I go and watch everything, you know. I've just seen the recent months since I've been running this channel, I've not gone to see anything because the channel's been taking up all of my time. But, you know, I'll catch up. And the number of films coming out in the last 6 months have not been really for my liking. I think particularly the US kind of Hollywood industry has been very focused on superheroes and AAA blockbusters of that nature. And I've become a bit oversaturated with them. You know, I like really the Avengers and Black Panther really and all the other ones, but there were too many. I mean, not there are too many coming out at all times. Wonder Woman was very good, I thought. And then what was the other one? Doctor Strange, wasn't it? With Benedict Cumberbatch. I thought it was very good as well. Well, they were very good films, really. And Deployment says, I'm going to buy Monster World again. And yeah, absolutely. And just, you know, their new DLC called Ice World will come out in September. So many more trailers and announcements are to come out of Capcom related to that DLC. We've just had the premiere, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and it was basically screened as part of State of Play, you know, their kind of monthly presentation, and it looked astonishing, I have to say. It really did. The presentation overall was not particularly impressive, but the trailers definitely were. What I mean is the presentation as given to us by Sony, rather than the actual game trailers. The game Ice World, and also the other for Final Fantasy Remastered. No, it's not remastered, it's redone. It's a remake. It's really awesome. And Imperial Stamp says, Jerry says, my dream world. I think Jerry is just telling us that Ready Player One would be his dream world, and indeed it is absolutely astonishing the way they've done that massive big open world there. And also it's interesting the way they combined you know, kind of real life, i.e. the human characters, as well as the the invented ones. The guys who are like representations of the characters in the game. You know, the girl, for instance. Remember? And they were really, really good. Really liked it. Well, Steven Spielberg is a genius, and you know, we know from all of his other films, he's producing all these fantastic features, and they could be so diverse. You know, he's like shoulder to shoulder with all the other classical Hollywood directors like Howard Hawks and John Ford and King Vidor and all the other ones. Genre directors, people trying out different genres, and was producing magnificent films. When you compare films like Color Purple and Schindler's List with Indiana Jones, Jaws, and Ready Player One, I mean, not everyone can make such films, you know. So diverse and so incredibly successful. I also thought that Ready Player One was quite political, you know. The underlying fear was of that technology overtaking and then dominating and controlling, and really most thoroughly enjoyed it. And Imperial says, I'm excited for the new Fast and Furious. I haven't watched the new Godzilla yet. I thought the last Godzilla was quite good. I also watched it in IMAX, because I have this fantastic IMAX screen attached to my local Cineworld. It's a cinema with 15 screens, and honestly it is just state-of-the-art cinema. Absolutely terrific. Watching films in there is, you know, truly pleasurable and, you know, most rewarding. And yeah, Fast and Furious I really quite liked also. I did watch the last 2 or 3 installments in the last few years, and I thought the last one was very, very good. Really highly packed with action, very humorous, highly entertaining. And Jerry says, Godzilla rocks, can't wait to see it. Well, certainly it's going to be very interesting. And I really liked the last one. I thought it was true to core, highly dynamic, and you know, full of action and interesting bits of story. Very good narrative as well.
The Fallen, the Hive, they all have resources we can use. Resources that may help us understand the Plague Lands. Grab what you can, Guardian.
But I want to ask you, have you watched the original Godzilla series, the Japanese one?
Heads up. The Splashers have deployed a walker.
If so, what did you make of it?
Splashers are using SIVA to upgrade their walkers. Be careful.
Oh, too many of them around. Look at this.
Break the joints to take it down.
Why did it miss? Don't get it.
Don't stop now. It's almost done. One SIVA enhanced walker to the trash heap, thank you very much.
Well, I have to tell you that this was rather unconventional. I don't think I've ever attacked the walker with my sword, but well, it worked. Usually use my rocket launcher or heavy machine gun. Okay, it seems to have worked. Can't complain. All done and dusted. %100% collected. Okay, so that's complete.
Great work.
Let's look for another beacon somewhere else. Do we have anything in here? Not really. But I'm curious to see whether we can forge. The Arkham's Keep. Yep, that's right. Arkham is here. Let me just think for a moment. There was one. Oh no! What did I do? Very, very bad. Went the wrong way. Where is the beacon?
I'm picking up increased SIVA readings near you. Hit the active splicer ritual site and take out their machine priest.
Fortress quarantine. That splicer priest is going to be there, I think. Okay, we'll deal with him. We go back to Arkham Forge in seconds.
Splicers don't appreciate having their rituals broken up. You've got incoming. Sending you some firepower.
Oh no, I want to get that axe. Come on.
they were trying to kill us, but that was fun, right?
Yes, it was. It was very enjoyable. So we managed to get rid of them, and what we do want to do is we want to go back to Ark and Forge, because guess what, in Ark and Forge we'll have some interesting... am I going the right way? Should be. Yeah, that's what I want to go. What was that? 2 beacons are there. Well, we'll go inside and have a look. See if there's anyone in there. We have It's a Lol here asking, do you want to do PvP? Unfortunately, I can't really do PvP. And the reason for that is my poor upload speed. I'm on fast broadband, we don't have any fiber optic in my local area, and therefore my upload speed is just about 1, meaning you know, I can't be doing PvP. It's technically very seriously impaired. Could do it just when necessary, but otherwise it just doesn't work. It's massive lag, and you know, people can see me before I can see them, weapons are ineffective, all of that sort of thing. But the fact is, what lots of people don't know. They assume that the internet is exactly the same for everyone, but for PvP that is not the case. So I'm afraid I can't do any PvP, but as we have many people watching here today, anybody wants to do PvP in the Crucible with It's Hazel, then basically send the message and connect with It's Hazel. This is what we do here, you know, even if I can't join, all the other viewers and participants can easily come in and basically team up. Do we have anyone down there or not? Not that I'm not doing it all by myself. No, it doesn't look like it. What do I have with my inventory? Do I have any Spicer Intel? See the cache. Do you see the offering consumable? Okay, so the best thing to do would be to equip properly, so we'll put Costa on, I think. Now we need my sniper, and maybe we'll use razor. Okay, let's see. No.
Oh, he sounds mad.
There's somebody
This
else
keep
in
is
there.
a massive ritual site.
Very good.
They
Someone
won't
else
be
join
happy
me.
we're here.
Actually, I did something so silly. Forgot to put my suit on. I mean, my heavy on. Exactly what was most necessary in here. happening in there?
Heads up, the Fallen are up to something. Hostile reinforcements inbound. Almost through this. Keep fighting. We survived. We always survive. He sounds mad.
That was actually pretty good. It's only the two of us, but managed to neutralize the boss at the end as well. Quite good.
Are we using Siva as a trap? Or are they? Guess we'll find out. Heads up, we're not done yet. Heads up, the Fallen are up to something. Hit him hard. You can end this. Keep pushing.
Yeah, as you can see, we are doing Ark and Forge, and where is it? We got it.
Ah, that was fun.
Good. Forget everything that is left. The enemy is obviously down there, but Want to collect as many bits as possible, whatever was dropped in there. Nothing else? Probably not. See what our friend could is he coming? Where has he gone? Ah! I don't have any sleeve offerings in where is it? So he might have gone. Ah! Pixel Switcher's here. Hello Pixel Switcher, how are you doing? Thank you for joining our broadcast and being with us here today. Pixel's asking, do you play Destiny 1 often? I started to play more Destiny 1 again. I'm bored of Destiny 2. I really think Destiny 1 was a better game. Well, I stream Destiny 1 every day, and I understand from my community members that my channel is the only one doing that every single day on Twitch. It's usually 4 to 5 hours, sometimes 5 to 6 hour streams, and my current schedule is 10 AM to about 3 or 4 PM British Standard Time, so it's a UK time. And I'm glad to hear that you are also kind of switching back to Destiny 1. Destiny 1 is a very, very popular game. Lots of people still play it. Although I have to say, not many people stream it. So if you go to Twitch, you will see that you will get maybe anything between half dozen and dozen streamers per day. And the number of viewers is not really particularly great. But that doesn't mean that people are not playing it. If you go to Bungie, you go to Destiny Tracker, you will see that every day you have about between 150 and 250, 100,000 people playing the Crucible. So, really lots of people still doing certain sections. And I think on the weekend it gets busy. People are doing their raids and then, kind of weekly nightfall strikes. So you get lots of people coming in. A very, very alive, vibrant, dynamic community of Destiny gamers. But actually, to be honest with you, Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 communities are now kind of merging. There isn't that much of separation as probably what we would have seen a year ago before they launched the seasons. With the seasons, many more people migrated to Destiny 2, and indeed everyone feels that the seasons massively improved the game as well. So, I'm a great fan of Destiny World altogether, so there's Destiny 1, Destiny 2 as well. But by saying that, I have to acknowledge that those two games are very different. The in-game mechanics are significantly different, and when you enter Destiny 2 you actually feel you're entering a different game. There are also improvements in there as well. When you are dismantling certain items here, you lose everything that you've got on the item, whilst in Destiny 2 you're keeping some of the stuff, So that's pretty good. I think Destiny 2 is a bit more grindy from what I experienced so far, because I also streamed Destiny 2 and I completed the base game on one character, and that would have been my Warlock. Let's see if anybody else wants to join me for Arkham Forge, because basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some better kit. Okay, I've got some of those, so okay. Enhanced Silver offerings picked up in here. Anybody wants to join? Hello! Hello! No, better if I put my other weapon on. which is my Devil's Dawn sniper. You can see the enemy better. Bang. Pixel says, sweet, we might bump into Equator someday. Of course, of course. But you'll find, if you come here frequently and if you visit my channel, you will find quite a number of people who are actively doing Destiny 2 and then, you know, popping in to see what's happening in Destiny 1. Captain Jack is one of the guys, and he has been doing Destiny 2 literally from its beta days, and currently he's on the Iron Banner doing, you know, fairly lengthy grinds. And if anybody needs any help, any advice, you can always hit him up with questions and requests, indeed, as you can with any other community member here. We get lots of people coming, and, you know, basically it is a very busy channel with passing traffic. So you may not have 200 people watching at the same time, but you will have maybe 600 or 700 people passing through the channel per day, and having a look, you know, saying hello. And some people don't actually say hello; they have a look, and then you know, they squad up with other guys basically and create new fire teams.
This beacon is picking up interference, an energy source deep below the plague lands. We better check it out.
Yeah, the anomaly is actually inside of Archon Forge. But just to really follow up on what Pixel said, I always look forward to catching up with any of my community members, either here or in any of the games. It's always great to meet them. And it's funny because sometimes, you know, when you're at the tower or in the reef, you actually see your community members coming in, they're doing the game, and that's really brilliant. I think Destiny community will be growing, you know, that's my feeling. And they'll just need to really make it fully cross-platform for both games, Destiny 1 and 2, and then, you know, everybody's going to be coming to the same place, so to speak. I guess if you play competitively, then, you know, people might feel, oh, the guys on the PC will have advantage, but I think it's all about the community, certainly for myself. And I've gone back. When did I go back? Emily79 is here. Hello, how are you doing? Thank you so much for coming in and watching my broadcast, being here with us today. And Emily is asking, have you played Destiny 1 from beta, or you just started recently? Well, no, I have not played Destiny 1 from beta days. I joined the Destiny universe during the last summer, so I've been doing it since I think August of last year. So I'm not one of the long-term veterans, and you know, I played Destiny exclusively through Twitch, which means all of my Destiny gameplay is actually on my live broadcast and it's archived. If I'm not mistaken, this is the stream of Destiny 1 number 171. And the streams would have been on average 5 to 6 hours long, on average. But there were some streams which were shorter, and, you know, quite a few that were maybe 8 or 9 hours. And Emily's asking, well, you're really enjoying it then? Yeah, I'm loving it. I think Destiny 1 is certainly one of the best games for live broadcasts, because it's similar to Halo and, you know, all the other games with massive big communities attached to them. You will get lots of people coming in. The live forum becomes very sociable and community orientated, and, you know, we have a lot of fun, a lot of good community activity. We talk about interesting things, and the approach on the channel is a bit more serious, you know. We don't have children here, if you want it, so, you know.
And let me see, there's some other messages coming in. And Pixel is asking, I just did one Crucible in Destiny 2 and I'm already sick of that fast. Been playing Destiny 1 Crucible all morning and enjoyed a lot of it. And Emily says, I've had 5,000 hours in Destiny 1. Well, that's fantastic. And Pixel is sending us cheers. Thank you so much for sending us cheers. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. And as you know, when you support the channel, you support the entire Twitch online entrepreneur community. Because whatever you invest in the channel is being split 50-50 with the rest of the entrepreneurs and people who run Twitch. So every single cheer, every single emote, every single clip, every single voice message or sound alert is always greatly appreciated by us all, not just myself personally. Emily said, I've had 5,000 hours in Destiny 1 and loved it. Well, that's phenomenal, because I think I spent about 1,000 hours roughly on it. Maybe 1,200 hours, and that's all through my broadcast. I've not played Destiny outside my broadcasting hours, but you will find here on the channel lots of people who are shoulder to shoulder with your hours as well. I know that Captain Jack, Matthias, Kapupu, they all spent thousands of hours on Destiny 1, and they're all radio Destiny 1 veterans and experts, and it's so great to have so many people here who then, you know, if together live on air, could really exchange their views, talk about, you know, various ins and outs of gameplay, and share their experiences of weapons and strikes and raids and everything else. I've said lots of people are still in favor of doing the raids. In fact, I had half dozen requests today coming in, and people asking, do you want to join us and our raid team? So if anybody wants to do the raids, then please you know, just raise your hand, give us a shout, because I'm not doing them at the moment, but there are lots of people out there who are coming to the channel, and they obviously always look for you know, the new team members. Emily says, raids are such fun, I really love King's Fall. King's Fall is a very difficult raid. I've tried it a few times, and that was only in order to help somebody to get something from the beginning of the raid, like ask for fragments or antiquated runes or something. And I just said earlier in my broadcast today, when people are asking about the raids, basically the raids are the top echelon of Destiny 1 gameplay, and quite frankly, I think in order to do them successfully, one needs to be well prepared. One needs to learn a bit about you know, every one of those raids, and maybe from YouTube videos or watching the other people's streams, and you know, that sort of thing. So once I complete my 3 characters to 40-400, which is going to be very soon, then I'll focus on the raids. So this channel is going to be dedicated to the top echelon of Destiny 1 gameplay. So that'll be strikes, Seaback breaks, and nightfalls, and then the raids. And therefore it will be attracting many more people to come in to do them, you know. But for that, I'll need to spend a bit more time on learning, because my experience of the raids so far has been very educational. I've gone in order to learn, literally by being in it, on what any one of those raids were like. And you know, it's been a very good experience. Actually, once it wasn't, because we've gone in order to help one of the community members, and then we were pushed for time, and you know, there were some issues in that. So that was not a good experience, and I will not allow that to happen anymore on my live broadcast, because sometimes, you know, when you are a good Samaritan, you still have to uphold certain boundaries, and therefore the overall pressures on our commitments, not just mine but the other guys as well, were interfering with the actual I guess enjoyment of doing the raid. And therefore I believe I need a lot more preparation. I guess with Crota's End I can do that without any further preparations, because it's fairly simple compared to the other ones. But with the Wrath and with King's Fall, they require a lot more work and preparation. And I find it really difficult to be jumping, you know. And in the King's Fall raid, you have that massive big jumping puzzle, and it was very hard for me to to complete, really. Pixel says, I have 2,285 hours on Destiny 1, and that's to 6%. You must be like the top of the top. Directed Emily. And Emily says, Pixel Switcher, I'll play Trials for hours every weekend. Trials were addictive. And Pixel says, so did I. Somebody else came in earlier asking about the Trials, and a lot of people are, still unhappy with the fact that the Trials were discontinued. It was certainly one of the most popular parts of Destiny. And the trouble I have is I have non-fiber broadband. I have the fastest broadband that we can get in the UK, and on residential lines the providers in the UK are not providing the upload speed which is greater than 1, so that prevents me from doing any PvP properly. My current setup is not permitting it, and therefore I spend very little time in there. But otherwise I love PvP and I love Battle Royale and tactical shooters, but I can't actually do these games on my current setup, because if you are on just 1 upload speed, then you are going to be suffering and you just can't play it. Basically, it's technically deficient. And Pixel says, I have the Exotic Trials Flawless Emblem, and from year 1. Emily says same, had around 80 flawless cards, and Pixel saying that's really sweet. Well, absolutely, it is astonishing. 5,000 hours in the game. But then on the other hand, we've got to put into perspective, you would have been with the game from its beta days, so that is what, 6 years roughly, right? And Emily says played Crafty, True Vanguard, and many more. Well, Destiny is one of those games that will grow on you. So when you jump in initially, particularly if you're starting out on your Warlock, it'll come across as a bit grindy, a bit difficult, and as obviously the game that's been construed to be played entirely with your community, you've got to be doing it also within the multiplayer. Then you learn quickly, and you learn everything from your community members, and therefore it becomes even more enjoyable. But then once you learn all the bits and pieces, once you learn your maps, once you know how to use the weapons, how to apply them to certain sections of the game really grows on you, and it becomes literally accessible for infinite gameplay. Pixel says, that's sad, Daniel. I have a 500 megabytes download and up to 20. Yeah. Are you also in the UK or in the US, Pixel? Because in the UK we have really serious problems with this. Even for people who are on 400 download, they'll get upload of 6 or 7. They're not allowing massive upload speeds unless you're on a commercial business server, so to speak. Great to watch. I mostly had to play against Pixel is in Sweden. Okay. Play against Spus, or is it Spops? Yeah, another player as well. Pixel says, I'm in Sweden. Well, I can certainly tell you all the Scandinavian countries and the countries in the Baltic republics, they had been building the infrastructure from scratch. So they didn't really convert the old system of the internet to fiber optic usage. They built like new cabling and new exchanges. Everything was brand new. In the UK, we did everything opposite. So, the infrastructure belongs to the British Telecom, which is the main company that owns the entire, selection of street exchanges, cables, and everything else that's required for the internet. And they simply didn't start from scratch. They were using the existing equipment, and that is preventing people from having such fast speeds, even if they have access to, street exchanges. And it's a widespread problem. I talk to lots of UK streamers. We all have the same problem. And Emily says, I'm in Ireland and mine is like 1,000. What, the download or upload? Well, we are just lagging behind on the internet front. We are number 36 in the world. Many of the countries are topping us, you know, and that is basically very sad. And it is preventing not just myself, but many other gamers. In fact, you know Apex Legends? With Apex, I was doing the promotion of the game in the first couple of weeks, and I played it literally 24/7. And there were several teams on board. Some are international global teams, and then also had one team which was a UK-based team. And every single time into the match, we had problems. Because our speed was like this, you know. Our speed was either 1 or 2 upload speed. And sometimes we would be suffering from 1 shot, 1 kill coming from the enemy. At other times our hits wouldn't register, or we couldn't see the enemy quick enough, and then we were lagging. And generally it was the hit registration ratio. So for instance, we were setting up an ambush for the opposing team. We hit appropriately, we're holding 3 tactical positions, and what happened was the opposing team could kill us through the wall, you know. So that says it all. And Emily says that she has about 400 upload speed. Well, are you using that on the residential line, or are you using it as business line? Because that's probably the fastest I've heard. I've had people here who are saying we have 400, 600 downloads and about up to 190, 195 upload. Pixel says sometimes doesn't matter in Destiny. It seems like they still use peer-to-peer. That's the same as they used like Quake or Doom in the 90s. And Emily says couldn't take to Apex at all, love Fortnite. Emily says residential. Well, I mean, as you could see, in Ireland, obviously, what they did was they've introduced a completely new network. They've done everything from scratch, because otherwise it wouldn't be possible, you know. And I'm delighted to hear that on the residential you can have such phenomenal speeds. That is incredible. And Pixel says you can get 1,000 to 1,000 here in Sweden. Well, obviously you guys have infrastructure which is a lot better to what we've got here, which in fact is a bit ridiculous, but that's just a fact. In fact, I have one community member, and he now runs his own IT business, and he converted to BT business line, and he told me that his download speed is, I think, also within the range of 700, and his upload speed is about 195. So you can see he's still, even on the business line, he has the upload speed of 195. And talking about 1,000 to 1,000, I mean, if you are a competitive gamer, you are going to be laughing when entering some people in Apex and Fortnite and, you know, all the other games, because the other guys that are on, you know, poorer speeds wouldn't be able to contest you as much. And Pixel says London is like 1.5 hours flight from her. It's so close. Well, yeah, but it's all down to the infrastructure, you know. It's not that much to do with the proximity. If you, let's say, worked as a city trader, and if you want to be trading big capital for an investment bank, you would have to be very, very close to the exchange because of the proximity and the speeds in order to put in your trades. But that works just for that section of industry. It doesn't really apply to what we do here. We are just hampered by poor quality internet, and the poor quality internet, they explained to me, is to do with the infrastructure. Because although we have the street exchange that theoretically should provide fiber optic, they need to adapt cabling in the street for that, and they don't want to do that, you know? So it's just simply ridiculous. I complained about it already for several years, because I'm relatively new to this area. I've been here now for 3 years running. And I had the same problem in, you know, my other area in London. So it's just always the same story. They advertise the broadband as if it, in the fiber optic, as if it was accessible to everyone. But actually, once you want it, they'll come up with reason, and the reason is purely based on the infrastructure. You know, if they are to be rehashing the whole area, revamping everything, then it will happen. But otherwise, you know, Emily says PlayStation 4 isn't able to handle those speeds, either most smart TVs. Well, that's the next generation, you know, because everything, just think about it, they will introduce
Xbox Anaconda next month during the E3, and then we'll have also the PlayStation trailing the announcements with a PlayStation 5 release date, so to speak. And those are the new generation consoles that require much faster speeds. I think Xbox Anaconda will require these speeds that you have, and the reason for that is Anaconda will be without a physical drive. So all the games will be simply either streamable or downloadable digitally, and for that people need to have very, very fast speeds. So I don't really know whether in the UK there's going to be a major change. It may happen, but we are quite good with the mobile networks, with 4G, 5G and all of that. But when it comes to the actual use of home broadband or the fast internet, we are not really up to scratch. So that's trouble. Pixel says, I really like listening to you talk. I'm glad I find your channel. Well, thank you very much, Pixel. Thank you. And what you can do is you can follow the channel, and you can just follow me also on Instagram and on Twitter, and you will get all the news. I think Instagram and Twitter are, fairly busy. With my Facebook and YouTube, well, Facebook is just a bit like an archive of different bits of information, like an encyclopedia, for all the games that I'm playing. And my YouTube is basically the major archive of everything I've done. Every single broadcast is archived there. I transfer everything every day from Twitch to YouTube, because Twitch basically wipe everything after 3 months, and YouTube will obviously keep all the videos there. And Emily says, Xbox though. Yeah, that's right. Well, we don't really know what specs the PS5 will have, but it seems to be a truly sort of state-of-the-art new console. And, make no mistake, they will be competing one with the other. But the biggest news really in the last couple of weeks was that they agreed that there will be a new business relationship between Microsoft and PlayStation, and that will be concerning the use of Microsoft's cloud services. So they actually did hit it off well on that level, and therefore it's likely that they will be cooperating more. But I think everything as we know it is going to be accelerating. Will require faster internet speeds, and for instance, if the business and commerce will require that immediately, then the BT and other companies will be forced to be investing. So and Deployment says, I read about that as well. Emily says, and transactions, no doubt. You mean transactions in terms of us purchasing stuff of them, or them charging for that space? I'm not sure exactly how it will work, or what we'll need to do, because they talked about just a moment. Let me just concentrate on this for a moment. The anomaly needs to be scanned. So I think it must be inside. Where's the anomaly now? Just bear with me a minute. Oh yeah. I know now. I remember. so annoying. Just bear with me, I want to finish this, then I'll carry on discussing things together with you. Oh, this shank didn't want to... Why are they not dying? Still there, look at that. Where is it now? That. What's happening here? Why am I going backwards? Look at that. Boo! That's terrible. I can't go back up. Oh dear me. What on earth happened? That tank must have pushed me. Okay. Yeah, let me just see what the messages were. I apologise for not being able to respond. Just want to get rid of that walker in there. And Emily said that would be Xbox related. And Deployment said I read about that. And transactions, no doubt. And Pixel says found pre-booking of the PS5 yesterday for a cheap price of £822.23. Honestly? £800? What, for PlayStation 5 Pro? That is ridiculously expensive. Shocking. They did say that the price was going to be around £500 initially, once it's released. I did see that, and I just want to tell you that this is not confirmed by Sony. So these are just rumors flying about. But I don't know whether if you've seen any adverts and you know, the kind of pre-booking sections. Make sure they are actually coming from Sony. I've not seen or heard anything during the week, but I did hear that the price was to be around £500, and that seemed very, very steep. And Emily said in-game transactions, and Deployment said no, Microsoft and Sony. And Deployment says when you break his leg, there will be a spot and you can shoot on the neck, so you can quick pump off, and also the blowing up by that rocket would also work. It did work actually, so I was able to complete it. Just reminded several times by some of our friends here that this is one of the ways, although not really something I prefer. But happened to me once before that either I fell or, you know, an enemy would have pushed me down there. So that scanning should happen, right? Scan environment. So that's been scanned.
Interesting. This crest is from one of the lost Iron Lords, and it's radiating light energy. Faint, but enough to disrupt the patrol network. Saladin will be happy to see this.
I just want to ask, actually, both Pixel and Emily, as you are from Sweden and Ireland, what are your gaming communities in your countries at present? I'd be quite curious to hear. Because I have some gamers in here from Ireland and several from Northern Ireland, and I also have some people from Sweden as well. So I'm quite sure they'll be obviously glad to hear what you think about the state of play out there. Do you also play a lot of games on Twitch, or do you engage with you know, the service of a particular game such as Fortnite, Apex or any other? What is your preferred method of finding your new teammates and doing it in a multiplayer? Quite curious to hear. Oh, we can't go back either. Okay. Back to orbit by the looks of it. I have actually several people from Sweden pop in frequently. Don't know whether you know Lilithy. She is also a Swedish streamer. She does PUBG and Apex, and also Rapunzel. She's a Swedish streamer as well. Do you know? Those two broadcasters? They went to TwitchCon Europe recently, and Lilithy, she does also competitive gaming for those games. She is partnered with Discord and with PUBG and, you know, a few other companies as well. Patrol the Plaguelands, back to the square one by the looks of it. That patrol was a bit... It's more like a story mission, isn't it, rather than a patrol. And also if you go down below, it's very hard to get back up. And takes you to a different section of the game as well.
Shiro's tracking multiple reports of increased hostile activity throughout the Plaguelands. Let's check it out.
A question for Pixel. Are you also playing The Witcher? Because I could see your user ID is Pixel Witcher, and The Witcher is a terrific game. I love it, and still need to buy The Witcher 3. Play the other ones on my PC. And actually, at the moment, I'm playing Two Worlds 2. Don't know whether you're familiar, but if you like The Witcher and you know, some of the other games like Elder Scrolls, you're definitely going to be very keen on Two Worlds.
Constant reports of aggression throughout this area. Take out some of the riffraff, and I'll owe you one.
Riffraff is here. In other words, all the unpleasant enemies. Look at that. Well, we can get rid of them like this, but that was not my intention. My intention was to get my sword, first of all. My sword back on, and then my heavy back on as well. So... Hold on. Went to the wall? Where to? Ridiculous, I have to admit. my patrol as well. This is quite good. Complete already 2 kill patrols. Oh, it's not really the assassination patrols. Alright. I've got it.
I
The
think
cure.
they got the message.
I was able to finish them off, but that was difficult. That was difficult. It didn't seem to work originally. So, what do we got here? 8 out of 15. Okay. So what I want to do is I think I want to go back to Arkham Forge, right? Maybe I'll get some goodies in there as well. So whether I'll be able to improve my light level, maybe get some extra attack points. Well, we'll see.
Heads up. Splashers have deployed a walker. Great. It's augmented with SIVA. Yes, we can do this. walker can't take much more. Keep hitting it. Another splicer toy is scrapped. Great job.
Did I get anything? Or nothing? Didn't see anything at all. Engrams. Engrams everywhere. Lots of people in here, as you could see. Kill patrol. Assassination patrol.
Alright, I'm getting reports of an enemy commander rallying the troops in the vicinity. Hit the target, take it out.
That's pretty good. That was fortunate as well. Popped up so early. Here, okay.
Sending update to Shiro. Target down.
So that's good. I'm doing good there with these patrols. It's not turning out to be such a lengthy grind as expected. A lot faster than what we had with our Titan. Mind you, we were doing it bit by bit there with my Titan, not all at once.
I'm tracking a high-value target near you. The plague lands are dangerous enough. Take it out.
So in the third one. That's good. That is very good. That means we'll complete the assassination patrol so quickly. Maybe slightly glitched because it looks to me like we're having the same, yeah.
Threats down. I'll inform Shiro.
Yeah. The same one. Oh, never mind, this glitch worked in my favor. Just want to see something, just bear with me. Yeah. Very good to see so many of our community members and friends, all the new here today.
Picking up
Sunday
fallen
after
chatter.
all.
We've got trouble headed our way.
I want to go to Arkham Forge, you know, because there might be some
other people doing the matches, and then with Ark and Forge we get lots of good kit. So that's pretty good as well. Actually, Prison of Elders is not too bad either. There we are, flying to Aachen as fast as we can. Ah, go away. How can it be they got killed there? Where did I go now? Materials. But I actually need some sievers, right? No one in there. Alright. We absolutely want to be getting some goodies from here if at all possible. So let us see, anyone in there? Nobody. Okay. A sip of drink before I do that. Just bear with me for a moment. I need to take a short break of 30 seconds. I'll be back immediately. There we are, I'm back. I need to double check my weapons because my sword needs to be fully charged as well. We want the sword to have maximum capacity. Sunday today already. Time flies, my friends. I'm time warped. Hours, days and weeks are passing me by. Just joking. It's not quite like that.
I don't think they're happy to see us. Okay, we're doing this. Expect trouble.
Oh, what's this now?
Heads up, the Fallen are up to something. This trial by fire is not over yet.
Go!
The Splicers are clearly up for a fight.
that is annoying. That failed just by a narrow margin.
I don't think they're happy to see us. Any devils seeking to prove their worth do it here. It's their church and their trial by fire. That alarm. Something's up. They're sending reinforcements.
Why didn't that servitor die? I lost it again.
Wow, okay. The Splicers are defending their holy ground more aggressively than we thought.
Yeah, I don't have any more sievers. Ah, that was just a waste of time then. Oh well. It's a good effort, right? Doesn't matter whether I won or not at the end. So let me just quickly think what else we can do. what's this one then?
This beacon is picking up interference, an energy source deep below the plague lands. We better check it out.
Oh, the anomaly again. I've just done it before. 5, 10, and 15. No, I don't fancy doing this anomaly again. Or maybe. Who's there? Who goes there? Advance and recognize yourself. Oh, someone would have gone in, or not. Maybe he's gone in behind my back. We didn't see him. He did go in behind my back, but I didn't see him. Maybe he will be doing something in there. Come on, load. No, I don't see him anywhere. Might have gone in there for this anomaly then. The anomaly is that big tank at the end. It's been a bit repetitive. Because there were 2 of those patrols that was literally redoing one by one. Collect some ammunition in there, if any. Saber. Right. See, this section reminds me of Half-Life. Anyone play Half-Life will tell you this is just like Half-Life. And Half-Life still remains one of my favorite games of all times. Celebrated 20 years earlier this year, I think. And a really, really good game. Paved the way for all survival horror games and open world games and, you know, the nuclear disaster type of games like Stalker, Fallout, and really remarkable. Mixie's here. Mixie's asking, are you planning on doing any raids today? No, my friend, I'm actually not planning to do any raids. In fact, I did sort of talk about this earlier in my broadcast. I'm not doing any raids at the moment. And I'm working on my characters in order to get them to 4400, and then we'll focus on strikes and raids alone. Which means you'll have many raids, you know. So not at the moment, and thank you for offering and thank you for asking. But it's coming soon. Mixie is saying, alright, no problem, I'm going to drop a follow for you. You sound like a pretty good Destiny 1 streamer. Well, thank you so much for your kind words. Basically, I'm here every day with my regular daily Destiny streams. And I understand from our community members that my channel is the only channel at the moment that's streaming Destiny on Twitch every single day. So pop in and have a look. I'm usually here between 10 in the morning and 3 and 4 p.m. British Standard Time, UK time that is, and we have a very, very vibrant, very energetic, dedicated community of followers and Destiny gamers here, and lots of those guys are your Destiny veterans, you know, from the beta days. They've been doing the game for 6 years. In fact, we had Pixel coming in earlier saying that Pixel played Destiny for 5,000 hours. Let's see whether it was Pixel or Emily. Just have a look. No, Pixel said that they had 2,285 hours, and I think Emily said 5,000 hours, I think. Yeah, Emily said 5,000 hours. So we had like 2 people popping in today. They have 8,000 hours, or 7,500 hours spread, you know, between them on Destiny 1 alone, and both of those people are your Destiny 2 gamers as well, so really truly dedicated Destiny fans. And you know, this channel is not really based on any form of competition. It's purely based on our community and the activities we do together. So lots of good conversations and high quality content in here, and all of that coming directly from our community. Get out of there. That's quick ass. Doesn't want to die. There's less than 1% life left. And what we are going to do is we're going to be a bit crafty. Been destroyed. This is what we wanted to see, and now we need to just quickly scan. Just make sure that they don't fall. into that hole, which is what happened earlier. Thanks very much to Mixty for his kind words, for supporting the channel, for following us here on Twitch.
Interesting. This crest is from one of the lost Iron Lords, and it's radiating light energy. Faint, but enough to disrupt the patrol network. Saladin will be happy to see this.
Apologies for the delay, I'm just looking at the new followers and new members of our community, and I can welcome It's Mixie, I can welcome Emily79, Pixel Switcher, it's Otic, Gibbs SBK, Hunter Fireblade, Tiborali, and Real Cleveland Dog, iStick VS, RIP79. So there are lots and lots of new people coming in, and thank you guys for coming in, watching the channel, supporting it. Hope you're enjoying it. We are having a lot of good entertainment, and in fact today was really surprisingly busy on the community front as well. Lots of people coming in, passing to the channel, saying hello, and you know, being really friendly and connecting with other guys, and that's always delightful to see. So really a very, very good, very quiet one. We had a couple of trolls coming in who were quite unpleasant, but my moderators dealt with them straight away. They probably would have come in from the same group, because they all kind of sprung up within a few minutes. And I did see this before, that you would have sometimes people coming from the Crucible and being quite toxic. And this channel runs, you know, a policy which is zero tolerance towards any form of toxic content. And I have 2 companies moderating it, which means that people checking the messages and then taking action. So everybody should always feel safe and sound here at all times. And what we're going to do at the moment is we'll look at the results of our grind, and we need to speak to Tyra as well. And I think we completed assassination patrols. We had kill patrols, 3 of those. We had 11 patrols altogether. Yeah, I think we'll just carry on with selection of strikes at the end. But before further action, what we'll do is we'll go to Tyra, and we are going to be, I guess, collecting some rewards. But before I do that, I'll just make sure that all of my best weapons kind of on. Bone Crusher is 396. I think that probably is the best one here. I have 397, 396 in here. Do you have 398? No, I think it's just 396. And then that's all. Yeah, that's the best kit we have. Okay. So Iron Temple is our next destination. We'll crack on, speak to Tyra, and maybe do a couple of strikes to end the broadcast for today. It's been really, really enjoyable. Loved it. Lots of fun. And in fact, initially when I started out on my Warlock, I didn't really like those patrols too much. But as I got to know the maps, I got to know all the ins and outs of Destiny 1, I always find something interesting to do in there. In fact, a small tip is that if you are not that keen on patrols, you can always go to an area where you will get a war breaking out between Taken and all the other enemies, you know, the Splicers and the Hive, and then you'll get lots of mages and champions popping up, and these are very good for some loot. You need to make sure you pop in your 3 coins every single time when you go there, and as you eliminate the champions, you will get some good loot and sometimes even your exotic shards and exotic engrams. So definitely worth considering, and you can, for instance, then complete 2 or 3 tasks at once, which is what Sekupupu, Tonzak and myself are doing quite frequently during the last couple of months. So we have lots of people who want to talk to us. We'll be collecting some rewards. So let's see whether we are to get something that will increase our light level as well.
Lords.
Hopefully this is exactly what we'll
Where
get.
is your mind today, Warlock?
Artifacts of the Iron Lord. For all of your hard work, Guardian. The token you hold gives you the choice of the artifacts I have today. If none catch your eye, you may hold on to the token until I have other artifacts from which to choose. So we'll
All I
complete the
have
quest.
seen of your light, and still you impress.
Iron Lord's Legacy.
Please accept this token that your journey may continue unabated by the darkness.
So firstly, we will look at the engrams.
Take care of it.
Lots of
There
weapons
aren't
we are
many like it
getting.
anymore. I hope you can appreciate
Boots,
what you
no.
have now.
Blue, which tells me, well, strange coin. Is that strange coin? Yeah, it is. Legendary engram. So I'm curious about this one.
If I could use it, I would keep it.
Rakuizu. No.
You are holding
Rakuizumi
history
is a
now.
helmet, as you know. Got several helmets in there. Not enough space. It means that we are very rich yet again. We'll purchase certain things here in order to get that money as well. So let's see. Rakuizumi 390. That's 397. Okay, so that Rakuizumi we'll get rid of. We don't really want that Rakuizumi. Have several Rakuizumis in the vault. Oh, somebody's doing the bells. Who's doing the bells? And 385, 393, 395. Oh, that's very good. This is up. So this is 396, 393, 390. Quite like this one, I have to admit. Tesla robes. I do have them on my Titan as well. Tesla robes is your chest piece that makes you look like one of the Taken. Remember that? Quite good. So what's the 390? Endling robes are quite good as well. Rakuizumi chest armor. Actually, what I'll do is, was that 390? 390. I'll just put this one on for a moment, and then I'll fuse it with the other one. P393 dismantle. There we go. So we just increase the power of that one. So look at it. Looks fun. Looks quite cool, right? Not been using it much. Prefer my other chest piece, Purifier robes, with, you know, everything, which is a bit more useful. What's very useful here with my Purifier robes is heavy ammunition. So heavy ammunition, special ammunition, is basically enhanced, which means I can carry more ammunition for my heavy weapons, and I use my heavy all the time, so that's all pretty good. And so we have this one, which is, where is it? Just a moment, I just saw it's 393, that's 395. Void double down fusion rifle, rocket launch ammunition. No, that's pretty good. And what's the other one? Solid double down fusion rifle, machine gun ammunition. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll just exchange. We'll put this one on. 393. Ending steps. Wait a minute. I've gone up. 396. And that's cool. It's 395. So 396. And here we have 385 and 395. Hang on. Well, that's not bad. I can put that artifact there with this one. So that's good. That's 395. 385 we don't want. It's 393, 391, 390, 396. We'll put it back on. Okay, so this one will have Void Catalyst, increase intellect, infuse, increase strength. Okay, so that's all good. 396, 396, 395. Wait a minute. This one, 385 we don't need, Saros. And here we have 385 and 385, that's well below the rank. We don't want any of these. Yeah, we've got also these ones, but doesn't really matter really. Because the ghosts are very useful, you know, regardless of their... these ones are really... What's that? Winter Sky. Spin metal sensor, that's 390. It's all the same. Amethyst. Spin metal sensor, we've got that everywhere. Yeah, that's all sorted. Imperial's here, and Imperial says you're pretty close to 400. That's right, I'm pretty close. I've got 4400 on my Titan, so my Titan is complete, and I'm striving obviously for my Warlock to be 4400. So I think probably by the end of the week, if we carry on with, you know, relentless activity on strikes and Archon Forge and maybe Prison of Elders and Oryx, Code Forex, you know, we'll get somewhere. We'll get some of those, because when you come to 397, 98, then some of the other items will be also within 400. So that's, you know, that's pretty good. And I'm quite happy with everything here. I can collect some of that
Let it aid
reward.
in our mutual interests.
But I also need to collect Memory of Scory. Let's see what artifacts I've got there on my... It's Memory of Scory I do have, which is 393. Arc Catalyst, Fallen Piercer, increased discipline and increased intellect. Okay. Traitor's Die. Void Catalyst, increase intellect. Okay, 396. And let me just see. So Memory of Felwinter and Memory of Scory. Right. So what's the other one? Memory of Scory, Memory of Perun. That's it. Attune the artifact to the Iron Lord's ancient data choice by bringing it to the statues in the Iron Temple. So that is right behind us.
Few could match Perun's fire, Guardian, but your light comes close.
Indeed, madam, I shall. And I will proceed
Farewell.
with attunement instantly. I shall be back very, very shortly. So what we need to do is, once we pick up these artifacts, we need to charge them, which is basically called attuning. Attuning Memory of Perun is here. There we are, attuning that Memory of Perun. So my Memory of Perun is more than ready. Look at those walls there. Really a very, very nice screenshot for us all. I'm not posting any screenshots on my Instagram for a while. I really need to do that sometime. It's been a very, very busy quarter. To speak to her as well.
It won't end here.
Oh, it's that reward. I need to purchase something, right? Let me see very quickly. Memory of Perun. Right? So Memory of Perun, 380 defense. We have Solar Catalyst, Fallen Piercer. Increased discipline, increased intellect, and then Perun Sprout. Enemy guardians of full supers and all enemies below health are highlighted. Okay. So we probably could use that one as well. Memory of Perun. Trying to think whether this one is going to be Void Catalyst, increase intellect. No, we can just simply use Memory of Perun. It's going to be better. Memory of Perun there, and we'll infuse this one as well. There we are. So Memory of Perun is 396, and what we do need to do is we need to use some motes, but do we have many? We don't have that many. leave it on for a moment and then we'll still can use maybe a couple more. To enable that perk, we want some perks enabled. Increase intellect, solar catalyst, and fall in pieces is a very good one actually. So we'll use that very shortly. Coming back to Imperial Snipe, yeah, I'm striving to get 4400 on all 3 characters, and then once we are fully complete on all 3 characters, we are going to be getting somewhat different format of Destiny 1 streams in here, a bit more focused on one section of the game, like raids and strikes and, you know, the weekly chores. So we'll be doing just that, and hopefully we'll be able to get there very, very shortly.
During the Dark Age,
in a week, well, on this character probably by the end of the week, I think, and another character we'll have to see. So Postmaster has something for us. We have 3 engrams in there, but actually I can purchase something off Shiro, I think.
You're here to fight. You shut down the main SIVA source, but we aren't done here. Anything else? This will help, if you let it. You've got good taste. That is glimmer well spent.
Okay. We can buy some SIVA key fragments as well, but we'll do that together with Sakapupu or some other members, because obviously what we want is a joint activity in Archon. Joint activity in Archon will help. And we have Invincible, so that's been completed with that. Might of Light we got, and there are some other bounties in there, like Vex and, you know, all the other ones. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to quickly we'll quickly have a look at let's see, is there anything else? Yeah, we need to spend a bit longer than I expected in here, but you know,
Come closer. Lord
collect the
Guardian,
money.
you have returned. Think of it as a tool with which to make history.
Money as well, has banners. Okay, that's all cleared up.
Thank you.
Sounds pretty good. All done and dusted in here.
Rest easy, Radagast.
By the looks of it, we go to orbit, we'll do some strikes. Oops. Nearly fell off. Stranger is here. Hello Stranger, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining our broadcast. We are about to come to the end in about 15 minutes. Welcome, really, and thank you for watching the broadcast and joining our community here of Destiny 1 gamers and followers. And what we'll do next is we'll go to orbit and we'll probably do just 1 or 2 strikes, depending on how quickly we can finish them. Got 15 minutes left. Stranger's asking me, how are you? I'm splendid. I had a very, very good broadcast today. It's been a very, very entertaining and enjoyable community broadcast. We spent a lot of time talking to our community members earlier, and we had quite a lot of interesting action and gameplay as well. So very, very good. I'm feeling splendid. The modifiers on SIVA strikes this week are Ironclad. More enemies have shields. Brawler, Guardian melee damage is greatly increased. Solar burn, solar damage from any source is greatly increased. And heroic enemies are in greater numbers and are more aggressive. So really, solar burn, solar damage from any source is increased. Brawler Guardian melee damage is greatly increased, so we can be obviously using our melee, and more enemies have shields. And Stranger says, that's really good, I'm very happy for you. Well, that's great. Well, you know, join us frequently, come back and watch some of the broadcasts. Destiny 1 broadcasts on my channel are here every day, 10 to 4 or 10 to 3, every single day of the week. This is the only channel at the moment broadcasting Destiny 1 every single day during the daytime. This is what my community members told me, and we have a very, very good and very vibrant community here, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And also it is a heavily moderated channel, which means we do not allow any trolls or anybody coming in with anything suspicious, abusive or unacceptable. It's family friendly, and we take a more serious approach to gaming, you know, gaming as a form of entertainment and also as a new form of communication that connects people globally, worldwide, and certainly a very good one. As you know, Twitch community is growing, and I was at the Google European headquarters the other day, and we had a network meeting, and we talked about all the advances of the new technology and the new forms of communication, and honestly it just feels at the moment that the sky is the limit. Sky's the limit, and once the guys move to their next door offices and you know, next door offices, the massive big new building which they are building at the moment, you know, they're going to have one of the most beautiful, the most impressive offices probably in Europe. It really looks a bit like the buildings in Singapore, in Far East, you know, like a massive big office block, and then you have like a small town on the roof, and several of those buildings are connected by bridges. It's really quite something, believe you me. I looked at the model of the future building, and it just looks astonishing. And Tonzak is here as well. Tonzak is here. Hello, how are you doing? Very good to see you.
High Priest has crews
Thank you
pushing
so much
further
for joining
underground
us.
in the Plaguelands.
And
Looks like a large-scale mobilization against a hive nest.
An army of Hive controlled by the Splicers would be the end of old Russia.
Could be the end of everything. The Devils are evolving. Neutralize them before this goes any further, Guardian.
Strange is asking, you stopped streaming Destiny 2, or is it just that you've loved playing Destiny 1? Well, you know, this is a relatively new channel. I started it literally as an experiment last year.
There's a series of old missile silos near the bunker. I've got reports of Hive near that location.
Just
Sounds
bear with
like
me
the place to be.
second. I need to change
From my
these
glimmer?
weapons a bit.
Yeah. And remember, target anything that moves. Every kill gets us one less Splicer or Hive to be warped by Siva.
Noted.
Yeah, I was just saying to Stranger that well, the channel just evolved, you know, evolved in this fashion. Our community has been built from Destiny 1, and you know, I am going to be still playing Destiny 2 as well, but I've completed the base game, and I'm not carried on with the seasons or anything else, so that is still to follow. The reason I've taken this direction is quite simple. Our Destiny 1 community was very busy, and
I'm picking up several concentrated Siva nodes ahead.
The Splicers are using Siva to
Sorry,
augment the silo's
multitasking.
old defense protocols. They've got the inner doors sealed tight. If you want to get inside, you'll need to find and destroy those Siva nodes.
I do apologize. The in-game dialogue is cutting in, you know. And we have somebody else as well coming in, so that's good. Yeah, I was just coming back to a stranger who was asking about Destiny 2 streams. We had lots of Destiny 2 streams a little while back, but I'm still to purchase Destiny 2 Forsaken Deluxe Digital Edition that has also annual seasons. And once I completed all of my 3 characters here on Destiny 1, in Destiny 1 I should say,
I pinpointed another Siva node.
then we'll progress to Destiny 2 as well. So all is to come. And if you're asking me whether I love one game more than another, I'd say probably I'm just a fan of Destiny universe altogether. So it's Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 included, you know. There are some differences, but I really love everything Destiny related. And also it is a channel that's connecting with everyone who kind of loves video gaming overall. So the vast majority of our gamers here are, you know, mature gamers and people who were doing lots of different games over many, many years. And we always have really interesting things to talk about. Video gaming related, of course. So melee is very powerful. One of the modifiers is telling us that it's melee.
Picking up one more node. Let's go get it.
Got 3 people in here, so we'll just race for this by the looks of it. Tons of tests. I think DRBMiller Gaming has been visited to Destiny 2 occasionally, but I've been around mainly for the Destiny 1 broadcast. He also has done some other games as well. Well, yeah, I mean, basically the way it is quite sort of simple. Destiny 1 makes, you know, it's basically, Destiny 1 is the backbone of this channel, and my streams are all primarily Destiny 1 related, but I also run other streams which are focused on quite a selection, particularly the games that are accessible on PlayStation Now services.
Looks like the Hive aren't giving up on this territory without a fight.
Doesn't matter. Go through them.
So we had, you know, quite a selection of games. They include Metal Gear Solid 5 and
I'm pinging new SIVA energy spikes below us. Multiple nodes, all powering another barrier. But I can't nail down their locations. The readings are too sporadic.
You know what to do, Guardian. Find those nodes, unload on them, and keep moving.
yeah, just bear with me. I'm trying to really kind of concentrate on several things at once, which is a bit difficult. Yeah, PlayStation Now services, the games like Grim Fandango, Bloodborne, and Primal, and Metal Gear Solid 5 in recent times. In addition to that,
node, the easier they are to match.
we've had Ghost Recon, we've had Monster Hunter World, Apex, Anthem.
Looks like the splashers have taken this hatchery. The Hive bioorganic architecture is still intact, but there are microbursts of SIVA activity all around us.
Stranger is
I got
asking
no pity to spare for the Hive. Keep
whether
going.
I play solo. I actually don't play solo. Very rarely do I play solo. It just happened to be like that today. I always play with my community members. We all, you know, do things together in co-op, and these, you know, we basically create fire teams and, you know, literally play together at all times. Depends on the day. Depends on how busy it is, and you know.
All right, still getting strong SIVA readings. There must be another node. That did it. No idea what those nodes were protecting, but the barrier's down.
You're all that stands between the Splicer's High Priest and whatever mad science he's cooking up down there. End this.
This doesn't look good. That ogre is... Well, that's disgusting.
Did you find the High Priest?
Not exactly.
A lot more where that came from if the High Priest isn't removed from the field.
Oh no, came too close then. Stranger says, maybe one day we can play together. Of course, yeah. Just let us know. I mean, they can come in on the fire team. Tonzak and myself, we can play together. Also with Sekapuku, with Matthias, with Zach. There's a whole lot of community members that, you know, come in frequently. Trying to eliminate the Shanks. The Shanks eliminated me at the end. You can see how fast this other teammate is compared to myself. I'm not very fast.
The High Priest wasn't looking to build a hive slave army. He was just removing their body parts to be joined with Siva.
Bioengineering's become the Splicer's main MO. We're lucky to have dropped their High Priest before he could perfect any of this madness, but it's gotta make you wonder.
No skeleton key, no goodies, no nothing. Never mind, it was good fun playing it. We got some house banners at the end. Alright, so that basically was all for today. I'm going to be bringing this broadcast to a close, and let's see. Oh, no, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. So we'll leave matchmaking, and there we are. Well, thank you very much everyone for coming. Thank you for participating, for joining in, for talking to us, for connecting with other community members. It's been a very, very busy morning, nearly 5 hours of gameplay and community activity. And Tonzak and Stranger are talking about Destiny 1, and Tonzak's asking whether Stranger is still playing Destiny 1, and Stranger says, yeah, but mostly I can't find any people, so I go into Destiny 2. Well, the fact is, if you come here to this channel, Stranger, you always be able to find some people to come in. And basically Destiny 1 is played by lots of different people still, but the trouble is that they're not allowing many rooms for people to enter. So if you're doing PvP on the Crucible, you're always queuing up in order to enter the rooms, and actually, you know, there are thousands of people waiting to get in at the same time. So lots of people are still doing Destiny 1, and if you are connecting with our community here to the channel, or through my Twitter or Instagram, you will be able to get in quite a number who will then become your regular fire team members. Because I can tell you, one of the benefits is, once you team up with somebody from this channel, they will become your regular fire team member. And everyone who does, you know, online gaming with me in a live broadcast is like that in here. It's always the regulars. Very rarely do I have any random people coming in, because we have our sort of a 3-piece, or, you know, our sort of fire team frequently up here, and there's always the regulars doing it. So definitely a very good way of finding your teammates, just by raising a hand and speaking your mind out here. But I've come to the end of my time for today. It is Sunday and tomorrow is a bank holiday, so therefore all the other things I need to do have to be done earlier than usual during the week, and therefore my broadcast ends at 3 o'clock PM BST. So thank you all for coming, thank you for watching. Thank you for all of your support, and indeed thank you to everyone who's joined us for the first time today. We've had probably about 6 or 7 people coming in as our new followers. Some people from Sweden, some from America, some from Ireland, and really it's been a very, very good morning. But on that note, I have to dash off and crack on with some other activities today on Sunday, and therefore I thank you all for coming, and I wish you all a very, very happy and a very, very successful Sunday afternoon. Take care, and I'll see you all tomorrow.